Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thursday evening.
It's um,
Thursday.
it's a beautiful evening, Thursday evening. I mean, we haven't had a Thursday when we come on camera in a while, but today's a special day. It's the 60th anniversary of the January 1966 coup, so we decided to come live today in order to discuss some things about the very first coup and to also pay homage to those who lost their lives during that coup, and to also talk about the events and also mention the circumstances surrounding the unaliving or the killings of some of the people who, you know, who died, who were killed in that coup. So that's why we're here, and I'd like us to please power tap if you're on TikTok. Please power tap. Let's like the live, and please share as well. Let's try and push the live together. Okay. So please like, please share. We're on 2.2k likes right now. Thank you very much for that. But we have to scale very fast, very quickly, and also keep the live going. So thank you very much. Please do that. If you're on Facebook or you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly check to be sure we're good, and we can get started. Of course, there's news, and I think we'll probably just read a few, if necessary, to be honest, because I want us to get to the topic. Hopefully, we're not going to stay for so long, but I can't even promise myself that, considering the many materials we have to consult today. But we'll see how it goes. All right. Thanks for joining us. Today, again, like I said, is the 60th anniversary of the January 1966 coup. A lot has been said about the coup itself. For the most part, I think that what has been said may not be the exact kind of information that we require, or that, let me put it this way, it's not the whole thing, right? We've not been told the whole story. A gentleman who I respect said something some days ago that, you know, comparing Nigeria with other countries, and he said that in those countries the elders, tell their histories and stuff, but that Nigeria's leaders, the elders, the older folk, that they are suffering from PTSD, and therefore they didn't tell us our history. And I wrote there that, yeah, they may be suffering from PTSD, whatever, but they wrote books. The question is, are we reading those books? To be honest, many things have been written down. It's just that, you know how they say the best place to hide something from certain people is to put it in books. We're going to break that jinx, right? We will study the books together, and we'll unravel the things that have been hidden there. Before we get on with the conversation at all, I think it would be honorable to observe maybe 1 minute silence. It doesn't have to be up to 1 minute, a moment of silence. I think that's what they say. Let's observe a moment of silence for the fallen heroes. By the way, today is January 15th, so it's Armed Forces Remembrance Day in Nigeria, But then, of course, it's now also the 60th anniversary of the first coup. So I'd like us to just, observe a moment of silence in honor of all our servicemen, our military personnel who have given their lives. They've paid the ultimate price for the territorial integrity of this nation, and also for those who passed on that night of January 15, 1966. So we're just going to observe a moment of silence. May their souls rest in perfect peace. All right. The way we are starting already tells us that what we're about to discuss is very important and very serious. And so let me just say it now. If you intend to, be a clog in the wheel, please don't. I'm not sure I'm going to have a lot of patience for detractors today. Earlier today, I posted something and somebody reached out and said that we should stop calling the January 15 coup an Igbo coup. And I'm not going to tell you the full exchange, but I'm going to say this before we even get started at all. January 15, 1966 coup was an Igbo coup. That is not an indictment on the ethnicity. It's just an acknowledgement of the facts of history. If you're not comfortable with that fact, you can step out. God will be with you. I'm saying that now because if we start reading books and I start seeing people write things in the comment section, I might... the way I said earlier that when it comes to people's lives, you have to be very careful and very, calm. It's not just lives from a particular part of the country. It's everybody who died. So some of the things we're going to read are very emotional, but we're going to read those things. So I'm saying that because if you are tempted to want to insult people or say, oh, what happened to my father's family, I don't care. Just don't. Just let's focus on what we are here for. May God bless you. May God bless Nigeria. And may God strengthen our armed forces. By the way, you go online sometimes and you read people are dying on the battlefield. It's sad. Some of them have fathers and mothers, and so now the two are going to talk together today. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Latunji on TikTok. Let me just greet people before we get into the serious business. Good afternoon, Mr. Latunji. How are you, sir? All right. Please, if you're on TikTok, we need to power tap. This numbers, the number needs to go up, please. Please, let's power tap. Let's share the live. Thank you very much. Please power tap. If you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon up here. Drop a heart me. Drop a gift. You can also subscribe to, the channel. So please just, excuse me. Just click on this and join the team. Drop a heart me. Drop a gift. If you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, on Facebook, please like and share, and also subscribe to the channel. Thank you very, very much. If you're on X, I think are we on X? Yeah, we're on X. If you're on X, please like and repost. Thank you. We already have some comments on YouTube. It's from... Oh, there's one Olagoju on YouTube. There's another Olagoju on TikTok. Maybe you guys are related. Mr. Kunle Famorio says, thank you. I was in primary 6 then. I call this, Come along. Yeah, primary 6 in 1967. I've been 1966. And that's so this are the things that makes one actually, you have to be a bit calm because I'm gonna go with my bongo town, so I'll mark away never worry. I'll call you come mark and go to the shed then. But it's good to have you around. Thank you, sir. So Laguji Emmanuel says, guys, please join this page and learn your history. Don't let your history be told by people who hate you and keep lying about you, your elders and forebears. Please like this page. Thank you very much, Mr. Lagunju. All right, we're about to dive in, and it's going to be an interesting ride. Now, over the last 1 year, I've spent a lot of time discussing 1966 school. There are things I didn't talk about. There are things I spoke about. So some of the things that we've discussed before, it's possible that we might revisit them. And then there are new things I'm going to also share with us. Some of those new things, I'm sure some people here probably know those things. You've read or you were there. So this will probably be a way just to refresh your memory. And for those of us who were not there, like me, or who haven't read it before, it will also be another good opportunity to study together. Okay? All right.
Thank you very much, Auntie.
Thank you very much on TikTok. I see some changes. We have gotten to 5K likes now. Thank you. But please let's continue. Thank you very much. Don't stop power tapping. Okay, so this is what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to go back to discussing everything that happened before the coup. But I think it's also important for us to have like an idea of how the coup itself was planned. Fola on TikTok. Good evening. She said, good evening, ma'am. She said it shouldn't take 60 years to analyze the one-sided tribal nature of the fatalities and the killers. It's crazy that even now people are still arguing over it. And let me also say one of the things I told the guy on X earlier. By the way, propaganda Biafra is still alive and well. I mean, people are still going on about it. There was a northern counter coup on July 29, 1966. It will be 60 years in the next 7 months. I've not heard one northerner say it was not a northern counter coup. They know it was a northern counter coup. And they won't try to say, oh, it's not North, it's the Nigerian. No, it was Northern. Were there other ethnicities caught in there? Yes. But essentially it was a Northern counter coup, and they don't even try to controvert that. And I was thinking about it this morning, like, why is it that when you talk about the Northern counter coup, Northerners don't tell you are a tribalist or that you should drop it, because you are labeling them, which was some of the things I was hearing this morning. You're labeling them, and it's showing tribalism and things like that. And I've come to understand that there are a number of reasons. Number one, their culture. Okay? And also, by the way, let me say it this way. Let's first talk about why they took everything that happened in January in stride. Number one was their culture. Number one was their religion. Yoruba. If you know this thing in Arabic, please type in the comment section. I remember the last phrase, the last word. It's Rojiun. They have this thing of, from God we came and to him we shall return. So when tragedy happens, it's easy for them to move on very quickly. Northerners, particularly the Muslims. Number two is that they have a culture that has clear hierarchy. So they can be easily persuaded. And number three, God bless you. Thank you, Celebrity Maker. Number three, they won. The mindset of a winner is different from the mindset of a loser. Celebrity Marketer, thank you. Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi raji'un. That's the mindset of the average Muslim. Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi raji'un. Like, and they have moved on. Now, by July, Inna lillahi was not part of the July. July was that they won. Therefore, they don't care what you call it. And they also have a culture that takes responsibility. Listen, no culture is perfect, not even my own. But the North does not bicker and throw tantrums about Northern counter coup because they have an advanced culture. At least the major ethnicities leading most of the things that they did had advanced culture. They knew how to take responsibility. They knew the concept of leadership. There are parts of this country where the word leadership is actually foreign. And one day, I will talk about it. In some parts of Nigeria, you don't have leaders, you have stakeholders. I didn't know that thing until I read a tweet by one of our ministers, in the federal government today. She wrote it there, and I was like, oh, this is it. This is it. So the point I'm trying to make is, if I can talk about the Northern Counter Coup of July 29, 1966, I sure can talk about the Ibo Coup of January 15, 1966. And no amount of emotional blackmail will make people stop saying that. And the fact that you actually say people should stop saying that shows that you have not evolved, and you are also not mature, because you hate the idea of responsibility. So let's understand that now. So why do we call it Ibo Coup? Again, if you have been here before, I've said these things before, but it's important for us to repeat some things. Do we call it an Ibo Coup in order to denigrate an ethnicity and say everybody there was culpable? That's not why. We call it that because that's what it was. Right? We have different wars in Yoruba land. We had Jalumi War. It was because people were Jalumiing. That's why we call it Jalumi War. We had Kiriji. It was because of the sound of the cannons, the machine guns. We called it Kiriji. In Kotoba John, I think so if people see something, it smells like it sounds like it talks like it, most likely it is it. And when they call it it, especially in this case, not only is it that people are calling it what it was or what it is, the people that did it claimed it to be theirs. You see? So it's not folks that will now come up much later to say, oh, rewrite it to make me happy. I want to feel comfortable around you. Therefore, don't say that. No, we're going to say it. Because the folks at the time actually said it, that it was theirs. Now, again, so why do we call it that? Because that's what it was. Because also helps us to place the events of that period in context. Everything that happened before then and after then. I'll probably just quickly run through some things. When you look at the trajectory of Nigeria, the trajectory since the 1940s, the British had a particular vision for Nigeria. And when it came to the structure of the country, they preferred the north, particularly the Fulani. And it's not because they liked the Fulani people, contrary to what people say on social media. It makes us happy, it's not true. It's not because they love them. It's because the Fulani made it the easiest for them to rule in this country. When the British arrived, between 1900 and 1914, what they noticed in the north was that, especially in the outside areas, was that they did not have to struggle to assert authority. There was a structure on ground already that was feudalist in nature, where there was a class system, and the hierarchies were well defined. You knew your place and you stayed there. You had the aristocrats, you had the serfs, everybody knew their places and they stood there. And by the way, it's still largely what you find in the north even today. So when they came, they just plugged in. And that's why by 1914, when they amalgamated Nigeria, and they later on introduced indirect rule system, it was essentially to copy what they had seen in the Fulani area, where the Sultan and the Emirs, they had, absolute authority, so to speak. Although they miscalculated, by the way, because by the time they got to Yoruba land, seeing that we had kings, they assumed they were going to have the exact same thing, but they discovered that Yoruba kings were not absolute monarchs, and they still aren't. They could be checked, they could be questioned by certain bodies within the government. So we had the judiciary, we had cabinet, we had different people to make sure to keep tabs on the executive. And so they had to change our own structure a little bit in order to be able to rule the people through our kings. In the East, they had a different issue there, because they didn't even have anybody to rule through. So they created what was then and still now called warrant chief. So they had warrant chiefs that they appointed through whom they ruled the people. Now, while we're all having this nationalist movement, which mostly was, by the way, and this is not about tribalism, nationalism was started primarily by Yoruba people. Later on, you had other ethnicities in the south to join. You had Ejoor, you had Igbos, you had different other groups join. Mostly it was a southern thing. You had folks from present-day Edo State also joined. So you had different groups coming together to push for independence. So by 19 By 1934, and we talked about this yesterday, by 1934 we already had Lagos Youth Movement, but before then we had NNDP of Abat Macaulay, and that's why Abat Macaulay is called the father of Nigerian nationalism, because he was one of the major voices back in the day. There are others, like, by the way, there was Henry Carr. There are other, like Akoni Doherty, that came up later. There was Ernest Coley, who was an German. There was Samuel Akisoya. There was H.O. Davis. There were many. There, of course, there was Obafemi Awolowo. I'm trying to remember a particular person's name now. But of course, there was Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. There was, Samuel Akintola. There were many, all right, back in the day. Now, we said some things yesterday, so I'm going to refer to some of those things now to give us congruence, okay? By 36, we noticed that certain things started changing in terms of the fact that cultural organizations began to, Igbo cultural organizations were being formed in different parts of Nigeria. I said earlier, the first cultural organization was the BBO. They started in 1928. The Igbos came along in 36. Urobo was in 1938. Different groups started coming up, right? Now, by 1944, the 43-44, the Igbo groups came together and formed one entity and called themselves Igbo Federal Union. So instead of having small groups all over the place, they called themselves Igbo Federal Union. But they had a goal in that same year, and their goal was to perpetually rule Nigeria, and it was documented. They wrote it down. If you're Igbo, you've not heard this before. I'll have another session I'm going to play. We had a session before, but let me recommend Igbo 20-year plan. Is on our YouTube channel. He read a number of books. They had a plan to rule over the entire country in 20 years and to perpetually rule the country. Why am I saying this? Because if you don't understand what happened in 1944, you will not get what happened in 1966. 66 was essentially the culmination of a dream that was 22 years in the making. So when we say Igbo Coup, I say, why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? Nobody is anybody. It's just that what you are looking at is, they call it the tip of the iceberg. The iceberg began to be bad here. But let's continue. By 45, in a moment of indiscretion, this man called Charles Onyema, who was a lawyer, by the way, he made a statement in Lagos in the Island Club and said that the domination of Nigeria by the Igbos was only a question of time. That sparked riots across Nigeria. By the way, I've said it before, if you're Igbo and you hear about the fact that people were killed in 1945, it happened primarily because of that statement by Charles Onyema. Is it justification for the action of fighting and riots in the north? No. But should you know why? Yes. Why? So that you don't repeat the nonsense. Because people are repeating stupid mistakes. But if you like, repeat. Anyway, by 45, Yoruba people also had their own union, Egbomojujoa in the UK. And Igbos were against it in London. It was inaugurated in Ife in 47, started in Lagos in 48. Igbos were against it in Lagos. And the primary person that was against it was Zik himself. And the craziest part was that Zik was living in Lagos. He was running his business in Lagos, Yoruba land. He was a member of the Igbo Federal Union. Scratch that. He was the president of the Igbo Federal Union while living in Yoruba land. But he worked against Egbomojujoa. That's the Yoruba counterpart of his own organization in Yoruba land, and called it a fascist organization that must be crushed. And he had the guts and audacity to create a parallel organization called Yoruba Federal Union with some, according to the writers in Daily Service, the waves and strays of the Yoruba race. Now, you have such people like that today, and they're the ones who send me messages and say, I'm Yoruba, but there's no way you're saying that it's an Igbo coup. I told him it's an Igbo coup, deal with it. Now, you are working against these people. Why? Because there was the NCNC working with Igbo Federal Union. The whole idea was to accomplish the 1944 goal of permanent, or the way they put it, perpetual rule of the Federation, perpetual rule of this country. By 46-47, Zik had taken over the NCNC, and with the support of other Igbos, they found a way to make it their own party. And at this point, I want to stop and read something to you. I'll be reading a lot of books today, but I'm doing this. I'm starting here because most times when we talk about the coup, we go straight to, they carry gun, they kill people. Sometimes there isn't, what you're seeing are the actions, the motivation. Of course, motivations are not usually seen. intentions are not usually sin, but we can't judge everything. I mean, we have to judge the actions, but we also have to understand the motivation. What caused this thing? So we're able to put things in proper perspective, okay? I'm going to read something to you from a book called Second World War and Politics in Nigeria, 1939 to 1953, by G.O. Olusoya. It says here, good. In 1944, the various Ibo unions throughout the country were organized into a pan-Ibo national organization, the Ibo Federal Union, whose declared objective was the raising of funds. I like how they put it, declared objective. Whose declared objective was the raising of funds to build and maintain secondary schools throughout the Ibo area of the country, which is beautiful, by the way. Thank you for the gifts, Ayofe.
Rex.
Excuse me.
Rex. Love your handkerchief. Joe, one handkerchief, Joe. All right, let's read.
All right, let's read.
1944, the various Ibo unions throughout the country were organized into a pan-Ibo national organization.
In 1944, the various Ibo unions throughout the country were organized into a pan-Ibo national organization, the Ibo Federal Union, whose declared objective was the raising of funds to build and maintain secondary schools throughout the Ibo area of the country. The union composed a national anthem and went as far as advocating the founding of a national bank, the National Bank of Ibo Land. Excuse me. Thank you. It says they went as far as, the union composed a national anthem and went as far as advocating the founding of a National Bank of Ibo Land. And in 1944, when the NCNC was formed, the Ibo Federal Union, with all its sub-tribal associations, became the strongest supporter of that organization because, as an Igbo scholar puts it, Azikiwe was not only an Igbo, but an idol of the Igbos. And so what that meant basically was that they moved into NCNC. I read a few more things. This unflinching support for Azikiwe by members of his own ethnic group was naturally a cause of anxiety to the other ethnic groups. The reason for this blind loyalty and devotion to Azikiwe on the part of the Igbos is not difficult to find. As Nnamdi puts it in his brilliant analysis of the role of Igbos in Nigerian politics, quote, Dr. Azikiwe is to the less sophisticated and even the educated Igbo more than a political leader. He is a prophet who has arrived in the time of crisis to redeem his people. To be quite specific, the majority of the Igbo are emotionally attached to the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC. It is an institution with an Igbo at the head and therefore harbors psychologically the quote-unquote soul of the Igbo nation. It is indeed a spiritual cosmogony. This could be found in other tribes in relation to political parties in their areas, but it is less pronounced. All right. So what you saw essentially was the fact that because Zik was there, everybody moved into NCNC. And NCNC became the tool for the plan that the Igbos had. Trust me, everything is going back to the coup. We're going somewhere. The party called NCNC, of course, was from the Yoruba land, spearheaded by Macaulay, and essentially an amalgam of different groups, 4 major groups. You had the National Student Union, you had the Lagos Market Women Association, you had the Trade Union Congress, and then NNDP. They formed the NCNC. But as soon as Zik became the head after the death of Macaulay, the whole thing was hijacked by Igbos, so that in a few years, everything was more Igbo-centric than anything else. Now, I want to read out that book. I'm going to read The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayodele, and it says here, as pointed out earlier, the coalition government of 1959 gave a grand opportunity to the Igbo to use federal government resources to entrench themselves in key positions and to intensify their education training. It was an opportunity which the Ibo National Caucus, formed not long after the end of the Second World War, they would not wish to miss. Its aim was summarized in a moment of indiscretion by Sidi Onyema in the famous utterance at the Island Club, Lagos, that the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is only a question of time. Indeed, the caucus fixed 1964 as the target date, later changed to 1969 for, quote, our perpetual rule of the Federation, end of quote. By the way, this book is called The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society and is quoting IUL collections on the Civil War.
All of this is the introduction. Now, why did they change it? They had a plan for 20 years. Why did they change to 1969? Because of the events of the 1960s. So we're going to jump from 1940, 44, 45, 48. We'll talk about what happened in 48 all the way to 1960. And then we'll be referring to some of the things in the 50s later. So for instance, when the going was good, the North and the East, they were always working together. They were the best partners. Starting in 1950, the North could not get 50% of the seats in Parliament without the help of the East. The North was a third of the regions, but they wanted half of the seats in Parliament. The West said no. The East said yes. Therefore, the North got it. And so whenever you look at Nigeria today and look at the Parliament, and your Senate has more Northerners in it than Southerners, and you say houses are bad people, remember they didn't get it by themselves. They were helped. And there's a document called the Legislative Debates of 1950, and the person who voted and who spoke up for the Northerners to have 50% of the seat turns out to be the exact same person who said the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo was only a question of time. He said it in 45, he did the other thing in 1950. Please stay with me. That went on, and the whole idea was to eventually dominate Nigeria, because even though these guys are going to have the seats in Parliament, they were banking on having a Council of Ministers. And as long as they had Council of Ministers, they would not have to be bothered by whatever people were doing in Parliament. But that was then. The Parliament has remained. Council of Ministers is not as powerful as it used to be back in the day. Anyway, by 1963. Sorry guys. 1959, just before independence, there was going to be a collaboration between the West and the East, AG and NCNC. Awolowo had made the proposal that Azikiwe become the Prime Minister and he will be the Minister of Finance. This was in 1959. And everything was set, right? As a matter of fact, in some books you read that some people actually were sent to Asaba to have a meeting with NCNC people. And that was while they were in there waiting for the meeting that they heard on the radio that Azikiwe was going to be working with the North. Now there's a backstory for that as well, because Azikiwe didn't just choose to work with the North, he chose to work with the North because he didn't want to go to prison. He didn't want to go to prison because he had mismanaged money belonging to the Eastern region. Way back in 1955, Azikiwe had taken £877,000 from the Eastern Region Marketing Board, put it in his own bank, African Continental Bank, loaned it to his own companies. But a couple of years down the line, the companies could not pay the money back. So a man called Eyoita raised the alarm, and then people were asking for the money. And the matter went all the way to the House of Lords in the United Kingdom, leading to what's now called the Foster Sutton Tribunal, to understand exactly what happened. And they saw that he stole the money. So I was going to go to prison. They gave me a way out, and the way out was to work with the North. And so just work with the North rather than be a statesman. But again, everybody has to fight for themselves, I guess. Someone says, Adamo Risha says, seems like Fidelity Bank will be ways nothing changed with these people. No, exactly. It's exactly what, well, not exactly, but similar to what Obi did, putting the money in the bank where he had interest. So Azikiwe did that with £877,000. By the way, just as a way to digress, if you read on the Darkling Plain by Kesariwa, and you read how, Ojukwu was asking Azikiwe to pay up the money that he owed the region in 1966, 67. All of that was coming from some of those money that they were trying to get back. Baba was owing the region. Anyway, so they started working together. Now, this is interesting thing. The North did not have the seats. What's it called now? The positions in civil service. They were the senior partner as far as political power was concerned, but the actual work was being done by the East. I'm going to read something to you very quickly. Number. Good. In the 50s, again, I'm reading The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayodele. Excuse me, please. We have a troll here. Do you have any moderator around? Okay. So I'm reading the educated elites in Nigeria. Hey, I'm speaking very fast. The educated elite in the Nigerian society by E.A. Ayodele says here, in the 50s, whilst Awolowo was being a quixotic idealist, injuring the most precious feelings of the Fulani Hausa leadership, Azikiwe was far more restrained and anxious to cooperate with the Hausa Fulani leadership. There was no question of him being petulantly arrogant like his Yoruba rival, who reportedly boasted once that he would never serve under a Northerner. A tactician and strategist, he knew when and where to stop. In 1959, he decided that the NCNC be a junior partner with the NPC in the federal government. Though in practice, the Ibo became the senior partner, holding the higher echelons in the civil service and the foreign embassies. Azikiwe himself bade goodbye to politics and became a ceremonial head of state. However, restrained as he was I'll take that again. Let me go back just a bit. In 1959, that's Azikiwe, decided that the NCNC be a junior partner with the NPC in the federal government. Though in practice, the Ibo became the senior partner, holding the higher echelons in the civil service and the foreign embassies. Azikiwe himself bade goodbye to politics and became a ceremonial head of state. However, restrained as he was as president of the First Republic, the tribalist in him surfaced on some occasions. On those occasions, when his tribe was in trouble. For instance, while the going was good and the marriage of convenience with the Northerners was all right, Nnamdi Azikiwe said nothing whatsoever publicly about the Tiv riots in order not to annoy the political leaders of the North. However, when the marriage was on the path to divorce, as will soon be revealed, and the Northern Nigerian government began to threaten the opportunities and privileges which had hitherto been allowed the Igbo in that part of the country, Azikiwe began to speak out on the necessity to uphold the fundamental liberties enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution. Also, when in 1964, I'll explain all these things one more. Also, when in 1964, the NCNC miscalculated their strategy about the elections to the federal parliament to force a showdown with the Northerners, Nnamdi Azikiwe reportedly desired to be offered executive power to have the Igbo reinstated. And in one of his most sentimental addresses, which he delivered at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, he glorified tribalism as a factor for national unity. Now, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to build something. We're going somewhere together. What I'm saying here basically is this. These guys worked with the North. And while they were working with the North, when it came to diplomats, civil servants, directors, all those things, all those things dominated by Igbos. By the way, we did a session here the other day, Achebe, Meritocracy and Nepotism. You can the truth about Igbo dominance. You can find it on our YouTube channel. You can also go to our Telegram channel, Radio Me Global, to find the white paper on political alignment in Western region. You will see how the entire place was dominated by the Igbos from 1959 to 1964. Please stay with me. The document was released in 64. Now, from 59, they worked with the North. Nobody fought anybody.
The Eastern region expected to have more numbers. But it turned out that
because of the census of that year, the Eastern region expected to have more numbers. But it turned out that whether it was Magomago or whatever, they said that the North had tampered with the numbers and that they made themselves too many, and so they were fighting over it. And that's why when you read the paper, when you read the Ibo National Caucus Protocol of 1964, they refer to the fact that what's this man's name? The Premier of the East, Michael Okpara, spoke up because of that issue. And they had issues with the North because they felt like, okay, if you're saying you have more numbers, that means you're going to be getting more allocation, more seats, and more this and more that. Because, by the way, that was the exact argument that the North used in 1950. They said they had about 50% of the land and population in Nigeria. Therefore, they should have 50% of the seats. So if you now have a census exercise in 1963, and you're now having more people than the East and the West, that means that you're going to be using that population to get different things, right? So the East, pushed hard against that. Eventually, it led to the first time the East actually began to what's the word now? Not just consciously, when they began to work towards seceding from Nigeria. What Ojukwu did in 67 was already tried by Igbo intellectuals and politicians in 1963. There's a book I can quickly mention now. I don't want to open it because of time. Our topic is the Coup. The book is by Uswanlele Uyilawa, The Midwest Response to Biafra Occupation. All right. It talks about how they began to plan how to break out of Nigeria, and they considered a body to study how they'll be able to thrive outside the country. Okay, that was in 1963. That same year, something else. 1964. Something else happened, and I think I should read that very quickly. So we talked about the beginning in 1959. The going was good. Igbos were strategically positioned. Azikiwe made sure that everybody was well taken care of. By the way, I think, let me open that Midwest response very quickly. Azikiwe was fine. Igbos were fine with the North. Everybody was good. Nobody had any issues. Jesus is Lord. Everybody's fine. Until it became very clear that, it'd be like, say, these people still want to use their numbers against us. And so they commissioned a study. Give me a second. I've seen the book. I'm just trying to find the page. Let's go. Good. The Midwest non-Igbo minorities' responses to Biafran occupation. It says here, the leadership of Biafra under Ojukwu not only claimed the right to self-defense, but went further in assigning itself the task of quote-unquote liberating southern Nigeria from the feudal Muslim northern forces that it alleged controlled Nigeria. Now, listen to this, please. Pay attention. Since 1964, the Eastern Regional Government had not only threatened secession, but also undertaken studies on the economic viability and survival of an independent Eastern region. One such study showed that an independent Eastern region survival will be dependent on the vast oil resources of the minority areas, 57.1%, since the Ibo areas had only 5.8% oil and a large population suffering from land hunger and declining agricultural productivity. All right, so that gives you an idea of the fact that this thing started way before Ojukwu then said we're going to have Biafra. But there's something else that happened apart from the census issue. So I'm going to read from Sheikh Shakari's book. This book is called Beckoned to Serve. We're going to get to January 15 eventually. We'll read something about the census, then we'll move on from there.
The new census held between
8th and I'll take that slowly. The new census, held between 5th and 8th November 1963, provoked even fiercer controversy after the results were declared on 24th February 1964. 4 days later, Dr. Okpara branded the exercise as quote-unquote worse than useless. His harsh denunciations actually focused on the northern aspect, even though the north showed the least percentage increase. Excuse me. Excuses for the north, it's normal. If we have time, we'll read the same thing from the book by Gowon and David Ejoor, but let's just stay with this one. 4 days later, Dr. Okpara branded the exercise as worse than useless. His harsh denunciations actually focused on the northern aspect, even though the north showed the least percentage increase, while the east had maintained its previously inflated total one. So the east said the north inflated their own, the north said the east inflated their own. which Okpara defended. After meeting with NPC leaders on 2nd March, Sir Amadu reacted in equally vitriolic terms, alleging malpractice by visiting Eastern census inspectors in the north. Sir Amadu, like Chief Akintola, whose region recorded about 100% rise, said his party accepted and will stand firm by the results. When Dr. Okpara delivered a report on 9th March, he accused the NPC of reckless attacks and threats on the Ibo. Revealing his true worry, he reported the Morning Post the next day the alleged situation in which, quote, mere publication of the census figures precludes a leader of a major. I'll take that slowly. This is sweet. This is what Okpara said. Mere publication of the census figures precludes a leader of a major political party from aspiring to the leadership of the nation. He's saying that if you're using the census figures that you're talking about, you're touting, you know, that about it was carried out in 63, resulting out in 64. Okpara is saying that based on that figure, that means that the leader of a major political party can never rule Nigeria. It's similar to what that young girl said last week when she said that her children would never be president in Nigeria. In other words, even way back in 63, the thing has always been the fact that they wanted somebody who was in a major political party to rule Nigeria. Let me ask you the question. Who do you think the person Okpara was talking about, who do you think he was? I'm sure you know. I just want to make sure we're engaging. So I'm looking across all platforms. Who do you think that person was? I want to drink water. Oh yeah, tell us so in the comment section. Our intellectuals. I say zig, 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 zig. Yes, you are very correct. It was Zig. Now, there's another man. We're going to get to that as well. What David Ejoor said about this particular issue. I'll come back to it soon. So, Okpara said, mere publication of the census figures precludes a leader of a major political party from aspiring to the leadership of the nation and advance the outcome of a general election. Northern and Eastern legislatures too entered the brawl. While the dispute split the Western NCNC, many of those figures joined with the UPP and some AG politicians to form the NNDP. As regional and ethnic tensions grew, when was this? 1964. As regional and ethnic tensions grew, the country seemed on the verge of collapse, but wiser counsel soon prevailed. When the matter was discussed at the National Economic Council, NEC, in early May, that's 1964, Dr. Okpara found himself totally isolated. His government then filed an action at the Supreme Court, but this was quashed. There the controversy rested, but it left scars, which were later ripped open during a more direct contest for power in the 1964 general election. If you remember what I said earlier, according to the original plan of the Ibo National Caucus in 1944, 1964 was the year they were supposed to achieve their goal of perpetually ruling Nigeria. Where did I get this from? IUL collections on the Civil War. You also find it in The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E. Ayondele. 64 to why I come bear is perpetually rule Nigeria. I'll interpret in English. 1964, right? That year when they're supposed to start perpetually ruling the country is now the year they're having this issue with their northern partner. With the North, they had been able to corner most of the roles, right? Ambassadors, whether it was, to the major countries of the world, it was Igbos. They had been able to successfully do all of those things. So the only thing that was left was to become the head of state. Not the ceremonial person, not even the ceremonial president of 1963 after Nigeria became a republic, but a proper Oga. This thing I'm reading is a background for many things that happened in 1964. If you don't understand that, it will be difficult to now understand why we say what happened in 66 was ethnic. So please stay with me. Let's continue reading. Again, now I'm reading Beckoned to Self by Shehu Shagari. So he says here that the controversy rested, but it left scars, which were later ripped open during a more direct contest for power, the 1964 general election. In fact, Other irritations and challenges continued unabated. Argument over the siting of excuse me, please.
Argument over the siting of a steel mill estimated in 1964 at 50 million.
In fact, other irritations and challenges continued unabated. Argument over the siting of a steel mill estimated in 1964 at 50 million pounds added to the North-East rivalry. Matters were further complicated when the West also staked a claim. Ultimately, however, the NEC meeting in early May agreed to site half the project in the East and the other in the North. So we Westerners, we lost out. By the way, see, we know how to play opposition politics. It's Otimora. They were just using us anyhow, but it's okay. Now we're supposed to fight, but you know, we're Yoruba people, so I guess we have to do it differently. But let's continue reading. So, half of the project was sited in the East and the other in the North. No sooner than this issue was settled, the question of revenue allocation cropped up. The East, within whose territory there had suddenly been rapid expansion in oil production, wanted to retain all oil royalties. This meant changing the constitutional formula, which allocated 50% of mineral revenues to region of origin, while the rest went 30-20 to the federal government and the distributable pool. I'll explain. Being increasingly hard-pressed financially, the other regions simply did not want any alteration in the allocation principle relating to the need and population, nor did the sole commissioner, Mr. Kenneth J. Beans, appointed to examine the matter, share the Eastern view. I'll explain. Before I explain, I have to read something. That was Beckoned to Serve by Sheil Shagari. Let's read The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayondele. Everything is going to come together eventually. So,
The discovery of oil in commercial quantities and the creation of the Midwest state out of the former Western region
all right.
began to make Igbo leaders in the Eastern region say things which the Northern
The discovery of oil in commercial quantities and the creation of the Midwest state out of the former Western region began to make Igbo leaders in the Eastern region say things which their Northern partners felt extremely offensive and provocative. Mineral oil raised among the Igbo leaders the hope of inexhaustible resources with which a bold and dynamic social and economic program for the Eastern region could be conceived. The premier of the Eastern region, Dr. Michael Okpara, began to threaten secession and began to argue that revenue be allocated according to the principle of derivation. The control of the Midwest government by the Igbo premier, Dennis Osadebe, only served to embolden the Igbo leadership that the time had arrived to call off the bluff of the Northern region. The census of 1963, which revealed that the population of the North was even greater than the rest of Nigeria by a margin much wider than had been contemplated, put the patience of the Ibo National Caucus on trial. The implication of accepting such figures they saw was that the North would be able to control the federal government with a simple majority should the Northerners so decide, and there was no incontrovertible evidence that the Northerners could not decide to use their position now that the Southerners were proving ungrateful. I don't want to mix. There are two things I don't want to mix. Okay, I found it. In the 50s, when cocoa was booming, please pay attention. In the 50s, when cocoa was booming, and the East was advocating allocation on the basis of needs, the West insisted on the principle of derivation. But immediately mineral oil was discovered in commercial quantities in the East. A large amount of the money derived from this mineral oil has been, this is what the Easterners said, a large amount of the money derived from this mineral oil has been shared by the West as well as other parts of the country. Considering all this, the argument went on. One can easily understand the attitude of the North and the West to the proposals of the military regime for the unification of the country. The North and the West want to continue to enjoy the resources of the East, while treating the Easterner as a stranger in those places. That is why they want to revert to the old form of the Federation, which will give them political power to continue to persecute the Easterner, although they fully realize that human and economic resources of the East constitute something of the linchpin of the economy of Nigeria. Let me now explain everything we've read so far. That's what the book. You have to keep up with me. I'm reading many books at the same time, so let's just flow with me. You see, originally, the West was where things were happening because we had a boom. We had a cocoa boom, right? We're making money. So the East came up with an idea that the money that regions make should be shared based on need. We've had the conversation here before. What that means basically is this. Say you are Western Nigeria, you have made, this is a rough example, right? You have made 100 naira. Or let's say, for the sake of this conversation, let's say 100 million pounds. And I'm Eastern Nigeria, I've made, what is it, maybe 30 or 40 million pounds. But I want to build hospitals and schools. I could come to the federal government or wherever we are meeting and say, guys, I have needs. And based on the needs I have, you should give me something to get that done. That's what the East was advocating when it was about cocoa. And the West, our fathers were wise. They said, let us use derivation. What was derivation? It was a very simple principle. 50% of what you made, especially if it was mineral resources, 50% of what you made will go to you. 30% will go to the federal government. I don't want to mix it all. Hey. 30% will go to federal government and 20% will go to distributable pool. Excuse me, I think I'm mixing something up. And I knew what I was going to say. Yes, I was right. 50% of the mineral resource, of the mineral revenue will go to the region of origin, 30% to the federal government, and 20% to distributable pool. What does that mean? So, you that produce that thing, you get 50% of the money you have gotten, or that you are making. The federal government will get 30%, right? Customs, army, and so on and so forth. They'll be able to take care of that. Then the remaining 20% will be put in something called the DPA. That distributable pool is where all the regions, the 3 regions now had access to. They could take money from there. By the way, by 63, they had created Midwest region. That's another story on its own. They had created Midwest region the same year that they got Papa to go to prison. So Aro went to prison in 63. They created Midwest region in 63 as well, and made sure that the premier of that Midwest was an Ibo man, even though the Igbos were a minority in that region. The name of the man was Dennis Osadebe. And that's why you discover that when that day of the coup happened, and when he eventually came around, January 15, they killed the premier of the North. They killed the premier of the West. They did not touch the premier of the East nor the premier of the Midwest. Both premiers were Igbos. By the way, if you go back to read how the Midwest itself was created, the whole idea from the Benin perspective was that they will be the ones to dominate the place, because they as Edo, not just Benin now, as Edo, you have to put Esako and Ishan and all the groups together. And Benin, of course, to be able to have a majority of about 600 and something thousand people, right? You had them, then you had the Isoko, you had the Urobos, you have the Shekiri, then you have Igbos. Igbos were a minority in that place, but they made sure, courtesy Azikiwe, courtesy NCNC, that an Igbo man became the premier of that region, to the chagrin of the people in Benin. The only thing they got out of it were 2 things. They got the capital, and they also got some positions in civil service, but the premier was Igbo. And Ojukwu repeated that same thing in 68, when he ensured that the premier, was 67, August of 1967, Ojukwu ensured that the governor of the so-called Republic of Benin was also an Igbo man, Adetokunbo. And they'll tell you that you're a tribalist. Okay. Where were we? Yes. So the East said, let us divide this money based on need, not based on derivation. Your Bible said it's going to be based on derivation, because this is how we are the ones making this thing. You get, but you can also get part of it. We'll share parts, but you can't get more than me, because you have more needs than me, even though you're not the ones bearing the burden of creating this stuff. Well, oil was later discovered in the eastern region, and then the Easterners, particularly the Igbos, not even Easterners to be fair, it was Igbos, they were like, okay, now we're not going to do anything based on needs. We have to use derivation, because suddenly they discovered the fact that they had to keep most of the money. And then, because the money was now rolling in, they then began to talk about seceding. I'll read that part again.
discovery of oil in commercial quantities and the creation of the Midwest states out of the former Western region began to make the Igbo leaders.
The discovery of oil in commercial quantities and the creation of the Midwest states out of the former Western region began to make the Igbo leaders in the Eastern region say things which their Northern partners felt extremely offensive and provocative. Mineral oil just means oil. Mineral oil raised among the Igbo leaders of the, I'll say that again. Mineral oil raised among the Igbo leaders the hope of inexhaustible resources with which a bold and dynamic social and economic program for the Eastern region could be conceived. The Premier of the Eastern region, Dr. Michael Okpara, began to threaten secession and began to argue that revenue be allocated according to the principle of derivation, contrary to what he was saying when they were not making oil. When they were not producing oil, you get the point. Let's go back to Back on to Self by Sheo Shagari. We're still going to come back to this book, by the way. It's a very fantastic resource.
All this while, the labor unions who were pressing the case of wage increase, which had been examined by the Morgan Commission. The general strike with clear political overtones.
All this while, the labor unions who were pressing the case for wage increase, which had been examined by the Morgan Commission. A general strike with clear political overtones and perhaps inspiration was begun on 1st June 1964. A white paper on Commission's report was released on 4th June. It agreed to higher wages. I'm going to move very quickly. Then there was a riot with the UMBC, the thief riots, and I don't want to read all those things, but that happened. You had the UMBC AG rivalry, NPC's hostility, and so on and so forth. NPC was hostile to the legitimate demand of the thieves for autonomy, and then the thief had resentment at local administrative inequities. All right, let's just move to the story now. Such then was the disturbing background against which the general election of 31st December 1964 was held, the first after independence. Moreover, partners, the Nigerian National Alliance, comprising mainly the NPC and the NNDP, let me just explain. And then, of course, you had the OBGA. I'll read out and explain. On the other, and on, shoot. Guys, I'm thinking many things at the same time. I apologize. The contest was now largely between two powerful alliance partners, the Nigerian National Alliance, NNA, comprising mainly the NPC and the NNDP on the one hand, and the United Progressive Grand Alliance, OBGA, consisting mainly of the NCNC and AG on the other. What was happening here? 63 Yawo was sent to prison. 64, AG had broken in two. One part became NNDP, the one under Akintola. The other one was still AG. The one that was under Akintola took the name that Abat Makauli's party had used back in the day, NNDP, and then had an alliance with the NPC and formed NNA. The remnant of the AG, the ones who were loyal to AWO, the remnants of the AG who were loyal to AWO, they then went to join the NCNC and became OBGA. But even that was strategized, not by NPC as a party. Before we continue this stuff, guys, everything comes together at some point. Let's just write this train together. I saw that book before we started. Found it. Brilliant. Okay. Number one. Let me first read something from just before dawn. So this is what it says. In the circumstances, both the Ibo and the Hausa Fulani leadership had to be involved in a trial of strength. The stage for embattlement was neither the north nor the east, but the west. Here, the Yoruba in the action group unleashed towards themselves intra-ethnic hostility of the worst type. That's for you Yoruba people. For us Yoruba people, on the platform of tribal chauvinism, the faction led by Chief S.L. Akintola succeeded in persuading a section of the Yoruba NCNC to see the writing on the wall, and that the Ibo were seeking to dominate the country against the interests of the Yoruba. I will say this and I will go on. Akintola was 100% correct. And by the way in which Okpara had been made to succeed to the leadership of the party, thus superseding Chief J.O. Fadaunsi, a national vice president, and the way the Igbo went on throwing their dominance in the face of the Yoruba in the federal universities and corporations, airways, railway, Nigerian Port Authority, and so on and so forth. Many loyal Yoruba NCNC began to demand an end to the Igbolization of the party. Please, go to Redomi Global on Telegram. I beg in the name of God. Go to Redomi Global on Telegram. Look for white paper on political alignment in Western region. That paper was published in the midst of this thing I just read in 1964. Akintola was telling members, Yoruba people in NCNC, that guys, these people are taking over this whole thing. No, they have. Please, anybody here? Let me just no. Okay, I'm talking about it. Anybody has? Have you seen that paper? Have you read the white paper? Anybody here?
Everybody see the white paper here?
We're still talking about the coup, by the way, but we're trying to create a background for what happened so that we're not just jumping into, oh, see waiting then do. Has anybody seen the white paper here? Okay, you should please check out Radio Global. You see it in the Telegram channel. It's free. You're not paying. And what you see, I'll read something from that. Okay, since many people haven't seen it, you're going to write yes. Then you wrote Tesla. You want to buy Tesla? You've seen it? Okay, good. So a number of people have seen it. Please, if you haven't seen, okay, I found it. If you haven't seen it, please go ahead and look for it. I'm going to read some to you very quickly. Again, everything ties together. At the time when they were writing this document in 1964, at that time, there were 431 names on the staff list of the Railway Corporation. Out of the 431 names, 270 were Igbos. 161 belonged to other tribes. Okay? 57 senior appointments made by the Nigerian Railway Corporation during the tenure of office of the present chairman, Dr. Kejani. Of the 57, 27 were Igbos, 8 were from other tribes, 22 were expatriates. If you go to the Port Authority, there were 104 top posts in the Nigerian Port Authority in Yoruba land, by the way. 23 Yorubas, 73 Igbos, the remaining 8 belong to other groups. That is 70% of the total are Igbos, 22% Yoruba, and 7% others. In Yabatek, the same thing. Out of a total of 29 indigenous senior members of staff, 21 were Igbos, 8 were Yorubas. So you see this across board. And so Akintola was now using that to rally people and say, listen, these guys are going to dominate this entire country. Again, this was 1963-64. Remember the 1944 plan. So Akintola,
they began to speak up.
And so the other Yoruba people in NCNC began to speak up, and that's why they published the paper I'm talking about. If you go on Telegram, you find that paper there. They began to speak up because they were like, okay, these guys have a plan to dominate this country. And it didn't matter that we Yorubas were in NCNC, or that we've even formed NCNC. NCNC, I did not insert that Igbolization, or it's written the Igbolization of the party. There was a man called Fadaunsi. Fadaunsi was supposed to be was a vice president to Azikiwe, and so naturally it was expected that he was going to become the chairman once Azikiwe moved to the national party. Of course, it won't be the leader of the party since it was going to be at the center. But guess what? They bypassed Fadaunsi and ensured that the person that was appointed the leader of the party was Michael Opara. It has to be Igbo. I'll read that part again. In the circumstances, both the Igbo and the Hausa Fulani leaderships had to be involved in a trial of strength. The stage for embattlement was neither the North nor the East, but the West. I'm reading The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E. Ayodele. Here, the Yoruba in the action group unleashed towards themselves intra-ethnic hostility of the worst type. On the platform of tribal chauvinism, the faction led by Chief S.L. Akintola succeeded in persuading a section of the Yoruba NCNC to see the writing on the wall that the Igbo were seeking to dominate the country against the interests of the Yoruba, and by the way in which Okpara had been made to succeed to the leadership of the party, thus superseding Chief J.O. Fadaunsi, a national vice president, and the way the Igbo went on throwing their dominance in the face of the Yoruba in the federal universities and corporations, airways, railway, Nigerian Port Authority. Many loyal Yoruba NCNC began to demand an end to the Igbolization of the party. But rather than treat such Yoruba NCNC like T.O.S. Benson tactfully, the latter were regarded as rebels who should be dealt with. The result was the formation of the NNDP, a resurrection of the name of the party which Abat Macaulay had founded in 1923 by the Akintola faction of the Action Group, and a faction of the Yoruba NCNC. The other faction of the Action Group, led by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and the remaining faction of the NCNC became allies. Both the Akintola and Awolowo factions looked beyond the western region for protection. The Akintola faction hiding under the umbrella of the Hausa Fulani leadership, the Awolowo faction under the umbrella of the Igbo leadership. But remember, Awo was already in prison at this time. The NNDP and the NPC merged as the Nigerian National Alliance for federal purposes, while the Awolowo faction and the NCNC2 formed the United Progressive Grand Alliance for federal purposes. Needless to say, the Ibo National Caucus decided to exploit the situation in the West to the best advantage. For the caucus, the North was not a danger, the West was the danger. Worried that the premature jubilation and indiscreet statements of some Igbo individuals that tended to warn the Yoruba and the Hausa Fulani of quote-unquote our objective, that is, seizure of the control of the country, might endanger the cause, the caucus recorded. Now I want to read to you what the caucus said in 1964. Enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yorubas and the reactionary Northerners. The indiscreet utterance of many of our own men have contributed largely to the dangers which now beset us when we have almost reached the promised land. You must no doubt remember that a similar indiscreet utterance by C.D. Onyema gave us no end of opposition by the Yoruba when he publicly stated that the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is a question of time. Outwardly, that the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is a question of time. These stupid utterances must stop. Despite the anti-Igbo propaganda now prevailing in the North and the West, a survey of the situation shows quite clearly that though the situation is critical, it is not hopeless. Then they said, outwardly, all our official and unofficial utterances must adopt an opposite procedure, and we must always do our best to appear honorable and cooperative. Remember, a statesman's words do not have to agree with his acts. Then they went on to say, in the East, despite the amateurish leadership of Para, the Onitsha Igbo and Igbo dispute has quietened. The Efiks, the Ibibios, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control, even though their dreams of their own state have been completely shattered. Despite the intrigues of Okotiebo and Omosage, we have succeeded in clamping Osadebe firmly on the Midwest saddle, thus taking care of the Urubos, the Edos, and the Shekiris. There is then nothing to fear in the Midwest but threats. The West is now the problem. This was 1964 Ibo National Caucus, and by the way, this was marked secret, but came out after the coup. You find it in the IUL collections on the Civil War. You find it in the Educated Elite in Nigerian Society. I'm going somewhere. So you see the plan for everybody, especially all the people in the East, all the minorities. You are dominated forever. Midwest, make sure an Igbo person was the one. They said they had successfully clamped Osadebe on the saddle of the Midwest. Then they said here, Okpara showed his hands too quickly last year, 1963, when he was overconfident that the census figures would be to our advantage. and that the struggle was almost won. He would have pampered Fani Kayode till an NCNC victory in the regional west. By the way, these people are talking, this is not the party. This is not the political party. This is not NCNC planning for Action Group and MPC. This is Ibo National Caucus planning for every region in Nigeria. This was in 1964. And they said, in fact, I don't know if I read that part earlier. In fact, did I read? Okay, I didn't read the first one. The census misfortune and unavoidable circumstances now endanger our 20-year struggle for the achievement of our objectives. The plan started in 1944.
Another iteration of an ongoing.
Whatever you saw happen in 66, that one is just.
Prof, yes.
It was the another iteration of an ongoing, project. Prof, yes, we'll get there. Thank you, sir. Let's go on. Then he said, play up. This is where I'm going with why I came here because of Obga, by the way. How come Yoruba people went to work with NCNC folks, while some NCNC Yoruba people went to work with the North and Akintola? This is why. Play up Awolowo at all times. In fact, did I finish that one? No, I didn't finish the first line. Let me finish that one first. It says here, Okpara showed his hands too quickly last year, 1963, when he was overconfident that the census figures would be to our advantage and that the struggle was almost won. He would have pampered Fani Kayode till an NCNC victory in the regional West elections was secure. Then we could have ruthlessly dispensed with him and put a more amenable person like Akifo Sile in the saddle. Play up Awolowo at all times. This will keep up the resistance of Action Group members and stop them from uniting with the NNDP to form a solid Yoruba front. This is vital, and there is no harm in this pro-Awolowo propaganda, for he is no longer a headache or danger to us.
Intensify all propaganda against Akintola. Don't hold that
Then he says here,
he is still dangerous. We must always keep the
intensify all propaganda against Akintola. Don't hold that he is sufficiently discredited already. He is still dangerous. We must always keep the quarrel between himself and the Action Group alive. This will ensure the disunity amongst the Yoruba leaders. Seek all means to discredit Fani Kayode. He is the real and only barrier to our domination of the West and our ultimate control of the Federation. So they talked about their plan for the East, the Midwest. You heard the one for the West now. Did they have anything for the North? I thought you wouldn't ask. Let me read it to you. We are happy that our protocol on cessation of newspaper attacks on Sardauna and on other. I'll take that again. We are happy that our protocol on cessation of newspaper attacks on Sardauna and other northern leaders have stopped. Amechi and Okafor are to be complimented so far. Everything must be done to appear to appease the Sardauna and Ribadu. But Balewa we can always deal with. If we can then win the West at the next general election by keeping the Yoruba divided, we shall secure control of the federal cabinet and the country, not in 1964 as we envisaged, but in 1969. 5 years may be a long time in our personal lives, but to a people such as ours, it is further time for preparation. I just wanted it to sink in a bit. We're trying to understand the circumstances that led to the coup. Because see, if you discuss the coup in isolation, we're like, they're just fighting for Nigeria. Nobody was fighting for Nigeria, apart from the revolutionary guys who were very naive and they were used and dumped. E.g., Nzogu was used and dumped. Adewale Demoiga used and dumped. So don't get carried away. So we have to take it back. Outside, so I just read your collection of the Civil War.
Outside the eastern region, the rest of the country felt that the danger of Igbo domination was.
I'm going to go back to educated elites in Nigerian society. Outside the eastern region, the rest of the country felt that the danger of Igbo domination was real. By 1964, the educated elite in the northern region had begun to react to the believed threat by demanding that Igbo be expelled from the north. In the regional House of Assembly and in the Kaduna Press, there was no mincing of words. The Igbo should be deprived of all lands that had been allocated to them. By the way, this thing that is happening in Kaduna in 1964 had happened in Bakweri in Cameroon in 1948, where they collected all the lands from the Igbos. Why? That's talk for another day. But if you go to our YouTube channel and look for what happened in southern Cameroon, you will see what happened. It is well. Where were we? Show. It says here, in the regional House of Assembly and in the Kaduna Press, there was no mincing of words. The Igbo should be deprived of all lands that had been allocated to them. There were too many in the federal establishments in the north. They had infested the north as petty traders. Laws should be enacted to the effect that the northernization policy be extended to the petty traders. The Premier, Sir Ahmadu Bello, and obviously the most grieved by what he regarded as ingratitude of the Igbo, declared in the House of Assembly in February 1964, quote, "It is my most earnest desire that every post in the region, however small it is, to be filled by a northerner." In the Midwest, which had been created in 1963 by the NPC-NCNC coalition to further weaken the action group, the non-Igbo NCNCs began to wonder whether the party they had been sacrificing so much to support was not proving synonymous with the Igbo tribe. To this end, Festus Okotiebo and Humphrey Omosage began to be less loyal to the NCNC as Osadebe, the Igbo premier, was clamped upon them, and as allegations of Igboism in the civil service of the region festered. What is this saying here? Remember the people they mentioned earlier? They said they are taking care of. Let me read it too. And notice those names, by the way. Despite the intrigues, this is back to the Ibo National Caucus of 1964. Despite the intrigues of Okotiebo and Omosage, we have succeeded in clamping Osadebe firmly on the Midwest saddle. Okotiebo was a Shekiri. Omosage was Edo. Now, Osadebe was Igbo. Okotiebo was in federal government. It was a minister. 1 second, please.
Sorry, brother. Okotiebo was at the federal level. Omosage, you would have expected that someone like him would be the one.
Sorry, brother. Okotiebo was at the federal level. Omosage, you would have expected that someone like him would be the one that would lead the region. These were NCNC members, by the way. They were all in the same party. The idea really was that you would have expected. Excuse me, please.
I mean, we are all one, regardless of ethnicity. Maybe we are all one Nigeria. Okay.
The idea really is that you would have expected that the party. I mean, we are all one, regardless of ethnicity. Maybe we are all one Nigeria. Okay, they are deceiving you. One time, as far as that person is not from that ethnicity, it doesn't really matter. So what they ensured was that even though Omosage was NCNC, even though Okotiebo was NCNC, neither of them was Igbo. So they made sure it was Osadebe. And that was why, if there's a book, we're not going to get to it today. When Okotiebo had to write a letter to Osadebe, I've read it here before, talking about what was happening among the NCNC guys in the Midwest. It was in the midst of the chaos created in the Western Nigeria and controversies of the election to the House of Assembly there that some elements of the Nigerian Army struck on 15 January 1966. I'm going to come back to that. Let's now go all the way back to Shehu Shagari's book. We still have so many things to cover today, so God will help us.
How the parties were formed, and also the plans that
so we came here to discuss how the parties were formed, and also the plans that the Ibo National Caucus had for everybody. Now, I said earlier, if the things we read about what we're going to do in the East, in the West, in the North, in the Midwest, if it was written by a political party, I don't think that there's going to be any problem with that. If you hear that APC wants to take over the North, it's a party. But when an ethnic group begins to write protocol to take over different regions and to dominate, using those words, by the way, this was not supposed to be published for everybody to read. It was internal memo. So that's why they were free to talk. The people who did this are still the same people that write books. I mean, they wrote books and still write nonsense. They say everybody is a tribalist. If you believe, now your photo. Where were we? Let's go back to Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. This is going to be interesting. Okay. I'm trying to map the next book.
Such then was the disturbing background against which the general election of 31st December 1964 was held. The first after
All right.
Moreover,
Such then was the disturbing background against which the general election of 31st December 1964 was held, the first after independence. More largely between two powerful alliance partners, the Nigerian National Alliance, NNA, comprising mainly the NPC and the NNDP. I was going to tell you, I remember now, one of the reasons Awolowo's people in AG joined NCNC guys to form OPGA was actually what was written here. Play up Awolowo at all times. This pro-Awolowo propaganda does not hurt. It's no longer a threat to us. Let me even stop. If you read You Must Set Forth at Dawn by Wole Soyinka, he talked about how there was a table in Papa's house where they used to broadcast from. Right? Himself and some Igbo guys who had come from NCNC would help to do those things in the West, right? They were in Ibadan at the time. And so when he went to visit Baba after Papa got out of prison, he was talking about how, you know, the nostalgic feeling just seeing the table. The point is this: all that radio thing they were doing to play up Awolowo was not because of Awo. According to them, he was to create division among Yoruba people. I think I should read that thing again because it's important. Play up Awolowo at all times. This will keep up the resistance of the action group members and stop them from uniting with the NNDP to form a solid Yoruba front. In other words, the idea of Awo is great. That's why don't follow sycophants. So the Awo is great you were hearing in 63, 64. It wasn't about Awo. It was to infuriate, number one to infuriate the Awolowo loyalists on one hand, and then infuriate Akintola loyalists on the other hand, so that they would never work together to form any united front. Excuse me. And who bears the brunt? The Yoruba people. They wrote it here. This is vital, and there is no longer a headache or danger to us. Why was Awolowo no longer a danger to them? He was in prison. That is why when some never-do-wells from the Eastern region, I will say specifically, say that Awolowo was in prison planning a coup, I feel like cursing them out, but I just don't know how to curse people out. But they are never-do-wells. They said he was not powerful anymore. They had confined him. One of these days, we're going to read the book he wrote while he was in prison. I marched through prison. It's here. We'll get to it someday. The point is, it was no longer a threat. So what happened? Intensify all propaganda against Akintola. Don't hold that he is sufficiently discredited already. He is still dangerous. We must always keep the quarrel between we must always keep the quarrel between himself and the action group alive. This will ensure the disunity amongst the Yoruba leaders. How do you plan something like this for another ethnic group in the same country? And you have the guts and audacity to call people tribalists. Sikor means to discredit Fani Kayode. He is the real and only barrier to our domination of the West and our ultimate control of the Federal. Oh, sorry, I'll take that again. He is the real and only barrier to our domination of the West and our ultimate control of the Federation. These were not soldiers. These were not officers. These were politicians. These were intellectuals.
The background for the 1966 school actually is about 22 years.
So when you hear about the coup that happened in 66, there is a background to have. The background for the 1966 school actually is about 22 years of work. It's just, I don't know how you will spend 22 years to enjoy something for where they had 4 years of plenty. Then they had a break in 64. They now had this, they had 6 months of abundance. And they've now not had it for almost 60 years. By July 29, it will be 60 years. Prof says, remember when Balewa gave up OPGA cabinet position, it was taken by just the NCNC Easterners. The idea was to take over everywhere. And this clannish thing was such that once you get there, you have to put your own people everywhere at the expense of everybody. Why? Because the goal was to dominate the country. When you read Achebe's book, again, Enumigba, his book is full of propaganda. And I'm not surprised. It was a propaganda for Biafra. He was a roving ambassador traveling all across the place for Biafra. Those things that they wrote in that book, and the other one that they published in '83, The Trouble with Nigeria, where it made you look as if they did not do anything. No. The only thing that we do is that we are showy, we are flamboyant. That's the only thing. It's a lie. These were the things that... You know the saddest part? I should pause to say this. The saddest part, not the saddest part, I can't say it's the saddest part, but one of the sad things about this thing I'm reading, it had two signatories. One of them wrote a book in 1989, and in that book, he called Awolowo a tribalist. He said Awolowo did not allow Zik take over in 1951, and that Yoruba people were this and that. It was strange jabs. The man, in 1966, on the 16th of January, right? He was crying. He said, where is our Prime Minister? Where is Tafawa Balewa? He was shedding tears. But on the 15th of January, in the afternoon, that man wanted to be Prime Minister of Nigeria. On that same 15th of January, in the middle of the night, that man ran into Azikiwe's house and they said they didn't find him. That man is the one who signed this document. His name is Ozumba Mbadiwe. The other one is Mbonu. Mbadiwe and Mbonu. Mbonu was the one who went to the Midwest to organize the assassination of Awolowo. I will talk about that some other time. The documents are available. You know, the reason I always say don't hate people is that there are some things you will read. You just be like cursing everybody from parts of Nigeria, so a particular part, just be cursing everybody out. These guys were planning to assassinate Awo. It's written.
And here's the crazy part.
While you're planning to assassinate a person, destroy their people, destroy their region, you will not be telling everyone that they are tribalist. And here's the crazy part. Children will hear the news and begin to hate on everybody and say they hate us, they hate us. You don't know what your parents did.
Nigeria is not.
By the way, Nigeria doesn't even act based on what their parents did. That's the funny thing. Nigeria is not doing what Nigeria. I mean, we welcome everybody back. Why do you think River State people said no Igbo coming back? Why do you think they said so? They suffered from this whole thing, this arrangement. They were supposed to be permanently under the foot of the Igbos. This was in '64. But we're not done yet. Let's get back to this.
Intimidation and violence. As party politicians openly use thugs in the name of bankers and bodyguards.
The campaigns for the election were full of rancor, intimidation, and violence. As party politicians openly used thugs in the name of vanguards and bodyguards. Obga hastily and clumsily staged the boycott of the election, creating enormous confusion. Only in the eastern region was the boycott effective.
Thanks to NCNC's use of state machinery.
Excuse me. Only in the eastern region was... Thank you, Prof. Only in the eastern region was the boycott effective, thanks to NCNC's use of state machinery, which kept electoral personnel away from the polling stations. Let's jump. They did a lot of things, but because of time, let's just jump. We're here. Accusations and counter-accusations of misdeeds were generously traded between the losers and the winners, that it was theoretically difficult, even impossible to say whom was right or wrong. Unfortunately, the president, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, who by virtue of his office should have stayed above the fray, got himself deeply involved to the point of sparring with other politicians on the pages of newspapers. But the fact of the matter was that the NPC-led NNA alliance had, in spite of all the lapses, won the election. He's in NNA, by the way, so it's understandable. This the OBGA rejected and thus provoked the constitutional crisis. This constitutional crisis is what I'm looking for. We are here. That's the word I was looking for. To take us in another direction. All right.
The OBGA rejected and thus provoked the
Excuse me, please.
Coup attempts to wrest power.
He said, it was a, what was I? Okay. The OBGA rejected and thus provoked a constitutional crisis. It was a crude attempt to wrest power. one born of extravagant pursuit of ethnic claims and opposition to so-called northern domination, even though the federal machinery and the national economy were virtually in southern hands. Read Igbo hands. I recall with sadness the day Dr. Azikiwe summoned Prime Minister Balewa to the State House. Please, if you have not been listening, please pay attention, please. I recall with sadness the day Dr. Azikiwe summoned Prime Minister Balewa to the State House on the latter's return from Bauchi after the election. I was the only NPC minister present in Lagos on that day, Saturday, January 1, 1965. On his return from the State House, Balewa told me that Dr. Azikiwe had decided not to invite him to form a new federal government because he believed the NPC had not won the election. Accordingly, Azikiwe demanded Balewa's formal resignation, a request Balewa declined. Have you ever heard that before in Nigeria's history? That there was a time Azikiwe told Balewa to resign. Why is this important? Just wait and see. Balewa also said he suspected the president had something up his sleeves. For Dr. Azikiwe was understood to have met the armed forces and police service chiefs, oh God, to remind them of their oath of allegiance to him as president and their commander-in-chief, and actually also to the government of Nigeria. Accordingly, they were duty-bound to carry out his orders, which he warned might be issued sooner rather than later. The Prime Minister asked me to intimate Sir Ahmadu Bello in Kaduna about the situation in the usual manner. That is in the coded language which Sir Ahmadu and I use whenever we discuss sensitive matters over the telephone. What did he say? What did you notice? The president, thank you very much, Prof. The president, Dr. Azikiwe, met with the armed forces and the police service chiefs and reminded them of their oath of allegiance to him as the president and their commander-in-chief. Is there anyone else who talked about this particular thing? 2. First, we're going to read Frederick Forsyth. I see we're reading a lot of books today. I hope you're enjoying it. Don't worry, we're all learning together. Give me a second and to find that book. We are discussing the Coup of 66, but we want to create the proper background. Okay, found it. Boy, this is plenty. You know, when I was planning for this session, let me tell you the truth. It's only one of these books that I've read so far that I actually wrote down. The ones I wanted to read, I've never gotten to it, but we'll see. Let's read this book called Emeka by Frederick Forsyth. I'm saying that because the book was, if I had known, I would have put it up. So if you see me digging, it's because I didn't write it in my list of books, but we need the book, so we'll use it. Thank you very much for the gift. Thank you, Olori. Thank you so much, Kekan. Thank you. All right, this is Emeka by Frederick Forsyth. Forsyth was a propagandist for Biafra. Let me just say it very well. He wrote it in his own memoirs that he was not an unbiased writer. He supported Ojukwu through and through. If you read the book by the Biafran story, that was what he was talking about. By the way, we'll get to that later. But every book he wrote about this whole thing, it was biased towards the Igbos. Why am I saying that? Because I didn't write this book.
In the autumn of 1964,
so what did he say? Let's read it together. This Nigeria, eh? In the autumn of 1964, Emeka called a meeting of the Nigerian staff officers in Lagos and put to them a question. No British officers were asked to attend. The question was this. Nigeria's president was by then an Easterner of the NTNC party. Although a non-executive president, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was also holder of the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. But the democratically elected government was of the NPC party, headed by Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, under whom the defense minister was Alhaji Ribadu. In the event of a political crisis and in the event of conflicting orders from president and premier, whom should the army obey? What are we trying to do here? What's this man? Sheo Shagari? Oh, so it wouldn't. I heard the book just now. Okay, I found it. Sheo Shagari made the claim that Azikiwe reached out to the military. There's a book called The Forgotten Documents of the Civil War by Odia Ofemon. He also mentioned that that thing happened. He called it a rumor though. And then we saw this book. In this book, what's happening here is this. In the autumn of 64, Ojukwu is talking to officers that wait to, let's say the president gives you a directive and then the prime minister gives you another directive. What are you going to listen to? He was testing the waters. Let's read a bit more. So he says here, in the event of a political crisis, and there was already a political crisis from what we read earlier, so you know where we are now, that's why the president did not call the prime minister to form a government and even asked for him to tender his resignation, which he refused to do. That's Tafawa. And then we now read here, Ojukwu asking the officers, in the event of a political crisis and in the event of conflicting orders from president and premier, whom should the army obey? No one knew, no one had the faintest idea, no one had ever thought of it before. They agreed that Emeka should find out exactly where they all stood, and as quickly as possible, he resolved to consult the British General Officer Commanding General Welby Everard. We're going to go very quickly to what happened when they met Everard. Welby Everard admitted that if ordered to stand aside, he would obey his British orders and do so. He promised the officers he would consult the country's senior legal officer, the Attorney General, for a ruling. Let's go down. The general consulted the Attorney General and got the ruling. It was clear. In the event of conflict, the officer corps should obey the democratically elected. Message across to Welby Everard, who was the GOC. Who was the person who did so? There were two, Gowon and David Ejoor. Gowon's account is in this book called Gowon, the Biography of a Soldier Statesman, but I'm not going to read it yet. I'm going to read David Ejoor's account very quickly. We're still talking about 64. By the time we are done, if you tell me something is not a book, don't worry, I'm not violent, I'm just kidding. But you understand why we say the things that we say. It's not out of hate. So I'm going to read you an interview that was granted by David Ejoor. Thank you very much for the gift. Thank you, CEO. Oh dear, don't do this. Oh boy. This thing is slow. Let's give it some time. I think it's okay.
So David Ejoor was one of the officers that Ojukwu was asking that question.
So David Ejoor was one of the officers that Ojukwu was asking that question. Sorry, please, Prof. Which document was signed by Mbadewe and Mbono? The document is called the Ibo National Caucus Protocol. You find it in the RUL collection of the Civil War and also in the Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayodele. Let's move very quickly. We are here. They asked him a question. Do you share the view that Biafra was a tragic mistake in Nigeria's history? This is what David Ejoor said. By the way, David Ejoor was the very first military governor of the Midwest. He said, first of all, let me tell you this. When the British were here, we were the last Nigerian officers to be commanded by the British soldiers. Then he brought a picture and showed them. The senior person to me in Nigeria was Bassi. The second was Agui Ironsi. The Igbos wanted to rule. Please stay with me. The Igbos wanted to rule. Why they wanted to rule was that Nnamdi Azikiwe was the then governor general, or that's president, or more or less head of state. The constitution did not give any power to Azikiwe. So this annoyed the Igbo people, and they used to say, quote, how can we run a constitution in which the head of state cannot advise the government? The government cannot contact the head of state for any advice. So the answer was, well, to take over, since they were already leading and yet they had no control over the government. Like I said, they were leading the public service, civil service, embassies, diplomatic corps, everywhere, but they were not in charge of government.
That's why.
And no, if you are so, when ambition becomes your only reason for living, even the one you have, you will not be thankful for it. That's why. That's why. Sardauna of Sokoto, Ahmadu Bello, used to say that they were ungrateful. The reason is because they were the senior partners, the Northerners, so they should have been the one to corner everything, but they didn't have the people that were educated like the Igbos and Yoruba people did. The Yoruba people had, by the way, Yoruba people were paying more. Western region was paying more than the federal government anyway. And then Yoruba people, the ones that were even in the federal service, civil service, once they would go over them. They were just putting Igbos ahead of them. Even if the Igbos was less qualified, as long as it was Igbo, he got the job. We read that yesterday. We read the inquiry into what happened in the Railway Corporation in 1964 as well. It was published in 66. It was around this time that things began to change and people began to, ask questions. Anyway, the point is this. They had all these opportunities, they had all these things. Instead of them to just maintain Guinea, no, they wanted that power. This is 1964, by the way. Forget 66, we'll get there later. Let's continue. So the answer was, well, to take over, since they were already leading and yet they had no control over the government. That was why the Igbo soldiers decided to organize a coup. When? 1966? No, 64. But at that time, there were 4 major leading officers, which included me, Yakubu Gowon, Basi, and Ojukwu. Igbo people relied on Ojukwu for the coup, and they were able to convince the Yoruba. Who was the Yoruba? Anybody can write in the comment section. Who do you think the Yoruba they convinced was?
Please write in the comment section. The Yoruba, the Igbos convinced in 1964. Who do you think it was?
I'm waiting to know. I need to get something very quickly, but please write in the comment section. The Yoruba, the Igbos convinced in 1964. Who do you think it was?
Somebody actually write. I saw someone write Bola met Joker.
Did somebody actually write? I saw someone write Bola met You're a joker. Bola Tinubu in 1964. I don't think he was concerned about politics at the time. Oh boy, where were we? So I asked a question, right? That who do you think the Yoruba, who was the Yoruba that Ojukwu convinced in 1964? And you're right, many of you are right. It was Victor Banjo. It wasn't Fajui. It was Victor Banjo. The same man who eventually now helped Iransi in 66. The same man who helped Iransi from the 15th to the 16th, and Iransi got imprisoned on the 17th. It's a super story. But let's get back to this. So, Baba David Ejoor says that was why the Igbo soldiers decided to organize a coup when 1964. But at that time, there were 4 major leading officers, which included me, Yakubu Gowon, Basi, and Ojukwu. By the way, if you read this book, Reminiscences, you'll find these details there as well. Igbo people relied on Ojukwu for the coup, and they were able to convince the Yoruba. Ojukwu and Banjo now contacted me and Gowon for a coup, but we refused. Gowon and I refused, and they went on their own. But we reported to that European officer. He said Foster here, but he meant Welby Everard, because Everard was the one that succeeded Foster. And Everard was the last one before Iransi then became the GOC. So he says, I and Gowon reported to him. Excuse me. By the way, excuse me. If you read if you read Emeka, there's some things I jumped over, right? But if you read the book, you discover that Forsyth said it was Gowon that reported Emeka to Everard. Recommend a library or bookstore. You have a bookstore on Telegram. It's called Redomi Books. We're going to create a website this year, but you can still get the books on Redomi on Telegram. Redomi Books. Some of these books are there. You can order anywhere you're in the world. The books will be delivered to you. All right. REDOMI. Redomi Books on Telegram. All right. So Frederick Forsyth mentioned that. In fact, let me read to you here what he said. But the reason he mentioned only Gowon, if you think about it, there was only one reason he mentioned Gowon and not David Ejoor, and the reason was because at this point Gowon was the foe to Ojukwu. He was the only one standing between him and the regime of Biafra. Therefore, he used every opportunity to even demean Gowon in this story. But let me quickly read that to you so I can understand, and I will go back to David Ejoor. Before it says, no one knew what they were going to do, and then they told him that they agreed that the maker should find out who they should listen to. All right. He resolved to consult the British General Officer Commanding General Welby Everard. But before he could do so, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, who had attended the meeting and said nothing, eager as ever to seek favor with the British, something that still continues today, had run to General Welby Everard with a tale that Emeka was holding quote-unquote political meetings. That thing that Forsyth was saying is the same thing that David Ejoor is saying here. And what did David Ejoor say? He said, Gowon and I refused and they went on their own, but we then reported to that European officer. That will be Everard. I and Gowon reported to him that some people were trying to plan a coup. When was this? 1964. We then told him that some people were trying to plan I and Gowon reported to him that some people were trying to plan a coup. He called all of us, the Nigerian army officers, and advised us not to organize any military coup. This was way back before what you heard happened in 64. Now that you've heard that, let's now go back to the book by Shoshagari. I hope this is making sense to everybody. So what do you notice? There was constitutional crisis in 64. Azikiwe was not calling what's his name? Tafawa Balewa to form government, and they also had a plan for him, by the way. They're going to also get him out of office. Let me read to you what happened there. Whose name did I mention earlier? Did I say Mbanugo or Mbono? I meant Mbanugo. I just remembered now. I meant Mbanugo. It was Mbanugo. That's the MB thing. It was confusing. It was Mbanugo. All right, excuse me. Let's get back to this. Where were we? Okay, yeah. So we read here again. Back to Beckon to serve. Balewa also said he suspected the president, that's Azikiwe, had something up his sleeves. For Dr. Azikiwe was understood to have met the armed forces and police service chiefs to remind them of their oath of allegiance to him as president and their commander-in-chief, and actually also to the government of Nigeria. Accordingly, they were duty-bound to carry out his orders, which he warned might be issued sooner rather than later. The Prime Minister asked me to intimate Sir Modu Bello in Kaduna about the situation in the usual manner, that is in a coded language, which Sir Modu and I use whenever we discuss sensitive matters. Let's jump. In the evening that same day, Senator Dr. Majakodumi and I visited Sir Adetokunbo Ademola, the Chief Justice of the Federation. Let me tell you one story. This is 64, Abi. About 30 odd years before this event, the British were going to appoint this same Adetokunbo Ademola as the first indigenous magistrate. Okay? Zik wrote against it. Zik said, no, it doesn't work. He's the same man who is now determining what they were doing about 30 years later. In the evening that same day, Senator Dr. Majakodumi and I visited Sir Adetokunbo Ademola, the Chief Justice of the Federation, at his residence, where we also met Dr. Taslim O. Elias, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Both told us that there were strong indications the army might intervene very soon. This is not 66, so that the army might intervene very soon at the instance of the president, and advised that something be done immediately. They had already asked Dr. Majekodunmi to advise the Prime Minister to instruct the service chiefs to disoblige any orders from the President. They now wanted me to help persuade Balewa to act instantly. I proceeded to Balewa's residence and urged him to accept the advice, or the one earlier offered by Sir Amodu. I didn't read that one. Let me just read it. Sir Amodu's reaction was that I should advise the PM to leave Lagos at once, a suggestion Balewa flatly ignored. Let's come back here now. I proceeded to Balewa's residence and urged him to accept their advice, or the one earlier offered by Sir Amodu. Balewa refused both, but after continuous urging, he decided to summon the service chiefs the following morning rather than night, as I insisted. Meanwhile, Sir Adetokunbo and Dr. Elias took a new initiative. They requested Sir Baramian, a British Cypriot, and the Justice of the Supreme Court to speak to his fellow British national, Major General Sir Christopher E. Welby Everard, the General Officer commanding, to dissuade him from taking any precipitate action which might implicate and embarrass the British government. All this was what was happening behind the scenes of what Frederick Forsyth wrote in his book, and what David Ejoor was talking about earlier. So now waiting that they do when nobody knows be this one. So they had this thing, and then they told Welby Everard to dissuade him from taking any precipitate action which might implicate and embarrass the British government. Justice Baramian accordingly advised Major General Welby Everard on his constitutional position, pointing out that the office of the president was ceremonial and that it was the Prime Minister who had the constitutional power to issue orders to the armed forces. Sir Adetokunbo also took another initiative. He contacted Dr. Azikiwe's intimate Sir Louis Mbanefo, the Chief Justice of the Eastern Region, and persuaded him to use his influence on the president to defuse the crisis. Sir Louis, assisted by Mr. Dan Onora Ibekwe, the Eastern Region Attorney General, both of whom also shared Justice Baramian's view, got busy working on the president as well as on the Prime Minister. Simultaneously, Dr. Okpara, leading other OPGA figures and sympathetic trade union leaders, continually pressed Dr. Azikiwe to stand fast. Excuse me, please. I already said it that sorry, I have to get rid of some clowns. That was a warning, if you continue, just be muted throughout the life. Where were we? Yeah. So all these people were working on the president, trying to tell him not to do what he wanted to do. He was trying to get the military involved in 1964 to 1965. And while they were doing all of those things, according to this book, Okpara and other OPGA figures were continually pressing Dr. Azikiwe to stand fast. Alhaji Muhammadu Ribadu, the Minister of Defense, later arrived from Yola and immediately began intensive consultations with all the relevant groups, including the armed forces. When Dr. Azikiwe appeared unnecessarily difficult, Ribadu called an emergency meeting of NPC ministers to reappraise the situation. After considering various options, it was decided that the Constitution be utilized if the President remained unreasonable. Clause 39(1)(b) of the Constitution provided that during any period, this is actually drama, but listen, this is one interesting drama. Clause 39(1)(b) of the Constitution provided that during any period while the President is absent from Nigeria or is, in the opinion of the Prime Minister, unable to perform the functions of his office by reason of his illness, the Senate President should act on his behalf, or the Senate President would act on his behalf. But if the latter was unavailable, the Constitution also allowed the Federal Chief Justice to act as President. Incidentally, Dr. Azikiwe had since May 1964 been spending a great deal of his time at his Nsukka country home, during which period it was announced that he was unwell and required specialist medical intervention or medical attention. Now, the idea was that, listen to the drama they were putting together in Lagos. The idea was that since the Senate presidency was vacant following the dissolution of Parliament, the President's professed illness would be officially recognized and proclaimed to enable the Federal Chief Justice to stand in for him. Thereupon, the Federal Chief Justice would ask Balewa to form a federal government. Somehow, this plan rapidly leaked to Dr. Azikiwe late on Sunday night, 3rd January 1965. Within hours, the State House issued a statement, which the press carried the following morning. He said that Dr. H.I. Iden, the president's physician, had announced that Dr. Azikiwe, who was recently indisposed, is now quite fit and fully recovered and capable of fulfilling all his engagements both inside and outside the State House. This frustrated our plans. So Zik wanted to use the military, they wanted to use constitution. Somehow Zik got to know, and then he got back, to Lagos. Among the terms, do I have to read this one? No, 1 second. All right, I think this gives us what we need from here. We'll go to, we're gradually getting to 19, we're in 65 now, Abi. Oh, fantastic. What have we learned so far? We have seen things happen in 1930s. We've seen what happened in 1940s, what happened in 1950s, and we are seeing what's happening as early as 1960, 63, 64. The first coup that was planned in this country was not the first coup that was executed. We are celebrating the 60th anniversary of January 15 today, but that was because that was the first coup that was executed. The one that was first planned was the one by Ojukwu in 1964, and Zik was in on it. And they were going to use constitution against Zik early January 65, and they quickly countered. Right? 60th anniversary of 1966 coup. Yes. Is that what I said? I thought that was what I said, but thank you. So Zik quickly countered. That was in early 65. Now that you know that, what else happened in 1965? I thought you would not ask. On this point, let us go to the special branch report of April 1966. So you have an idea, at least now, we have an idea. No, I don't put on topics. We have an idea what has happened so far and how this guy's just confused. What has happened so far? That is not just like 66 school happened and what's happening? A lot of things were happening already before that date. Before we go to special branch report, please give me a second. I think I should read something to you from Ayodele's book. Give me a second. Okay, let me read this before we go to that one. This is The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E. Ayodele. Whilst one must wait until the authentic sources are made available in Lagos, Benin City, Ibadan, Enugu and Kaduna, the last 4 regional capitals at that time, certain facts are clear. It would appear that the educated elite in the army had been infected with tribalism. The coup was executed by and large by the Ibo, witnessed the killing by all northern Nigerian officers within reach, and of Yoruba officers suspected of being in sympathy with the Hausa Fulani elite of northern Nigeria. Moreover, no Igbo elite politician and disseminator of tribalism or sectionalism lost his life. The troops in Benin and Enugu under Igbo control refused to murder Dennis Osadebe and Michael Okpara respectively, but on the other hand, the federal prime minister and Chief Okotiebo, the Midwestern fighter against Igbo domination, were killed. Also murdered were S.L. Akintola, the Premier of the West, and Ahmadu Bello, the Premier of Northern Nigeria. In the circumstances, the view began to gain ground that the coup was evidence that the Igbo plan for a takeover of the country was maturing. And there was the fact that the first head of military government, Aguiyi Ironsi, surrounded himself with top Igbo civil servants as advisors. We're going to come back to this later, but here's the point. A person has been planning something since 1944 and was going to accomplish it in 64. Then you had the constitutional crisis, and in the midst of that crisis, they triggered something else, which was a coup. The politicians, the army, who were Igbos, began to plan a coup in 64, and they dragged that thing until 65 till the crisis was resolved. I now heard that something else happened in that same year and the year after, and you are telling me that's nothing to do with what they started doing since 1944. You must be joking. But I've been talking about what happened in 65. What exactly happened in 65? Now let's go to the special branch report quickly. For this, if we don't finish this thing today, we're going to continue tomorrow. Okay? Now let's get into it. I'd like to say that this document is very, very important. It was published after the interrogation of several of the people that were involved in that coup, or some people call it mutiny. If you read this book by John Ejoor, The Nigerian Civil War, this paper first leaked in the United Kingdom in 1969. I saw it in the 21st century. Let me say this. The British Archives has crazy information about Nigerian history that most of us have no idea of. I happen to have some of the things in the British Archives, and ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss. Let's just say ignorance is bliss. This paper we're about to read was published April of 66 after interrogating, in fact, let me read the introduction. After interrogating or interviewing soldiers and other ranks and some officers who had been arrested after the January 15, 1966 mutiny. All right, but the British got it in 69. We did not even see it until recently. Well, what's inside that paper? What's in the document? Many things, but let's start with how the thing was planned. When did they finish resolving the crisis between Nnamdi Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa? What year? 1965. Abi? Now remember what David Ejoor said, that they planned the coup in 64 because they wanted Azikiwe to be president, because he had no power. How do you know he had no power? Because he called the service chiefs, the police service chiefs and the armed forces, and told them, he said he reminded them of their oath of allegiance to him as the commander-in-chief. That's what he said, right? And then he had Ojukwu running around to talk to the military guys, like, wait, guys, let's test the waters. What if the president and the prime minister give you conflicting orders? What are you going to follow? While they were doing all of those things, you now had Welby Everard talking to Adetokunbo Ademola, the Attorney General, declaring that, guys, no matter what happens, you have to follow the prime minister. And if it's not available, you talk to the defense minister, who was Ribadu. Now, if you think that just because they were able to resolve that thing and they now formed the government in 65, that they had forgotten that dream, then you are the one who is dreaming, because the dream has been on for 22 years or 23 years by 65. Now in August, I'm going to read right now, in August 1965, 3 officers, Major Okafor, Major Ifajuna, and Captain Oji, who were already dissatisfied with political developments in the Federation and the impact of these developments on the army, held series of discussions between them about the matter and set about the task of searching for other officers who held views similar to their own and who could eventually be trusted to join them in the enterprise of staging a military coup d'etat. In September 1965, Major R.H. Chukwuka of Nigerian Army Headquarters, Lagos, was persuaded to join the group of conspirators, followed in October 1965 by Major C.I. Anoforo, also of the Army Headquarters. Major C.K. Nzogu, that's Kaduna, was brought in around that time, that's around October, through the efforts of Major Anoforo, an old friend of both Majors Nzogu and Okafor. Major Nzogu in turn secured the support for the plan of Major A. Ademola, who had worked with him in the Nigerian Army Training College, Kaduna. This gives you the foundational members of, the real planners of the coup. There were 7. If you're a Yoruba person and you have been reading all this Igbo nonsense about 50 people planned the coup, it's a lie. It's a lie. There were 3 core members: Ifajuna, Okafor, and one of them was the captain. The 3 of them were Igbos. The 3 of them got Chukwuka, that's Humphrey Chukwuka, to work with them. Chukwuka got Nzogu. Nzogu brought in Adewale Ademola. Adewale Ademola came in around late October, early November of 1965. That's why when stupid people go around telling you it was your people that planned the coup, Ademola wrote it in his book. He did not say that in his book. What he thought was that because they had been discussing revolution since 1961, they wanted to make it clear that he wanted to make it clear in his book, and we're going to read it at some point, that they were the ones who actually formed the core of that coup. Because in his own mind, it was about revolution. But I'll tell you this: in the minds of Okafor, Oji, and Ifajuna, there was no revolution. No. How do I know? Read the Nigerian 5 Majors by Bengbule. He wrote what Okafor and Oji did. If we don't get to it today, we'll get to it tomorrow. Someone says, so please, name the 3 again. Ifajuna, Okafor, and Oji. Those 3 were the original guys. Those 3 brought in Chukwuka. Chukwuka brought in Anufuro. Anufuro brought in Nzogu. Nzogu brought in Adewale Ademola. They were not 50. They were 7. How did the others come in? People like Onwategu, people like Nwobosi, all those other people like, even for, in fact, see, other people came in later, and those ones were in 2 categories. And you find the categories in the book by Adewale Ademola where we struck. One category were people who they were not part of the planners, but they told them that we want to do something. We're going to let you know that day, and once we tell you, you're going to get the job done. So in that you find people like Obieno, who was part of the planning committee. Well, not part of the original planners, but part of the planning committee, was supposed to bring in his armored vehicles to Lagos from Abeokuta. He changed his mind and then became a hero. He was one who stopped the coup. It is a lie. We'll talk about that when we get there. People like Obieno, people like Nwobosi, people like Owatego, those ones where we will tell you when we are ready. Are you part of it? Say, okay, yes sir, okay, we're going to talk to you. That's one group. The other group were people that had nothing to do with what they were doing. People like Fola Adeola. Sorry, hey, I keep saying Adeola. Fola Adeola is GT Bank, not him. Fola Oyewole, the author of the Reluctant Rebel. People like Ganiyu Adeleke. Right? These were guys who had no plans. They were not part of the coup. And who said it? You also see it in why we struck when we get to that point. But the point I'm trying to make to even start with is that the 7 people planned the coup. It was not all those names you see on social media, that you see on blogs, and the reason they put those names there is because they want to balance ethnicity. That's why when I heard an Igbo elder, and it's a shame, say that the coup was carried out by all ethnicities in Nigeria because they wanted good Nigeria, it's a lie, and the man is a liar. I'm just trying not to mention his name. You can't have gray hair and be lying like this. By the way, you're not doing me. I'm saying it in Yoruba. Oh, shame me. They're not doing me. They're doing their children, because they are just lied to those ones. They will never take responsibility for anything. They say it's all of us. It's not all of us. This is what the special branch report. And by the way, this document, let me tell you how you can get it. Anybody wants it, please go to Telegram, Redomi Global. Look for special branch report. You'll find this document there. This whole thing about all of us planning, all of us not planning anything. There are 3 criteria I use, and I've talked about it here before, to determine the kind of coup that was executed on January 15, 1966. 3 questions I ask. Number 1, who were the planners? The planners were 6 over 7 times 100. What's the percentage, please? 85.7. Mathematics. 85.7% Igbos. Does that make it an Igbo coup? Not really. Why? There were more Igbos in the officer cadre anyway, so naturally you're going to have more Igbo officers planning a coup. If anybody was going to plan a coup, it will most likely be Igbo. That's not enough to say it was an Igbo coup, but it's important to acknowledge it. 85.7% of the people that planned the coup were Igbos. That's one. The question is, who were the planners? Second question is, who were the victims? Spoiler alert, it was everybody but the Igbos. That one person who died, what's his name? Arthur Negbe. There are different reasons people have given for that. If you read Anthony Naro's 1968 speech, they said it was because he was the quartermaster general and he had the key to the armory, so they killed him for it. If you read other accounts, they said it was because of a personal beef between Anufuru and himself. Whatever it was, we'll never know. All the Igbo politicians, not one of them, even had a scratch on his body. And I'm going to tell you how they killed each of the people they killed. If not tonight, we'll do it tomorrow. They made sure all the victims were non-Igbos, and the beneficiaries were all Igbos. If you put that information together with everything you know that we've been talking about, that have been happening since the 1930s, if you were here yesterday, 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, you put everything together and you still don't know what kind of coup it was, may God give you understanding. Now let's go back to how do we do this? There are many things. Amen. Thank you very much, sir. Let's continue. By early November, the recruiting activities of the group were completed, and an inner circle of conspirators emerged, consisting of the following officers: Major C.K. Nzogu, Major Ademola, Major E.A. Fajuna, Major C.I. Anufuru, Major I.H. Chukwuka, Major D. Okafo, and Captain O. Oji. Planning for the execution of the plot started in earnest in early November 1965 at a meeting of the Inner Circle, which took place in Major Ifajuna's house in Lagos. The plan, which eventually emerged from the deliberations, was broadly as follows. Please pay attention. A. The arrest of VIPs at Kaduna, Ibadan, Lagos, Enugu, and Benin. What did I say? That's the plan. When we get to Adewale Ademola's book, you will see how the thing be. The plan, according to the general, was that they will arrest, not kill, VIPs at Kaduna, Ibadan, Lagos, Enugu, and Benin. The plan stipulated wherever resistance to arrest was encountered, the individuals concerned were to be killed. By the way, Sadana did not resist arrest, but was killed. Let's continue. Children did not resist arrest, was killed. Ademola did not resist arrest, was killed. Mamalari did not resist arrest, it was killed. Ker Mohammed, Lagema, Pam. These people didn't resist arrest, but they were killed. Engineer Lamu says, how does this relate to the feud between Zik and Balewa? You have to keep up. You are in early January, we're already in late. So you are in early 1965, we're in late 65. Keep up. So the plan, which eventually emerged from the deliberations, was broadly as follows. A. The arrest of VIPs at Kaduna, Ibadan, Lagos, Enugu, and Benin. The plan stipulated wherever resistance to arrest was encountered, the individuals concerned were to be killed. B. The occupation of vulnerable points such as radio and TV stations, telephone exchange, police signals installations, airfields, and civilian administrative establishments by carefully selected troops who were not, however, to be informed, I should read this carefully, who were not, however, to be informed in advance of the purpose of the operations. Remember this, we're going to refer to this when we get to the book by Bengude. Number 3, C. The movement of troops to Jeba and Makurdi to hold the Niger and Benue bridges against any movement of troops opposed to the plotters' aims to and from the north. D. The killing of all senior army officers who were in a position to foil successfully the conspirators' efforts to topple the governments of the Federation and who resided in the areas of operations. E. The eventual takeover of the machinery of government by the army. Among the civilian VIPs scheduled for arrest, the named people that were scheduled for arrest: the Prime Minister, the Federal Finance Minister, the premiers of Northern, Western, Midwestern, and Eastern Nigeria. Then they had additional personalities such as Mbadiwe, Ojukwu, Inowada, and so on and so forth. Now, other ranking politicians were to be placed in house arrest pending a decision as to their disposal and eventual fate. The conspirators further... Let me go back just a bit. Events have shown that other political figures, including the Deputy Prime Minister of Western Nigeria, the Finance Minister, and Governor of Northern Nigeria, were scheduled to be arrested. The conspirators further decided that the following senior army officers represented a threat to their plans and must be killed during the first hours of the rebellion: Brigadier Z. May Malari, in Lagos, Brigadier S. Ademola, Kaduna, Colonel K. Mohammed, Lagos, Colonel Arshudende, Kaduna, Lieutenant Colonel A. Lagema, Ibadan, Lieutenant Colonel A.C. Unegbe, Lagos, Lieutenant Colonel J.T. Pam, Lagos. Note, Lieutenant Colonel Lagema was the CEO of 4th Battalion Nigerian Army stationed at Ibadan. On 15 January 1966, however, this officer was on temporary duty at Lagos, staying at Ikoyi Hotel. So they put out names of people that are going to do it. For the actual execution of the plan, I'm going somewhere. For the actual execution of the plan, 3 commanders were nominated, namely North Nigeria, Major C.K. Nzogu, Lagos area, Major E.A. Ifajuna, West Nigeria, Captain E.N. Nwobosi. Nzogu was not the leader of the coup. Okay? He was the coordinator of the coup in the north. And he was the first person to use the media to talk to people about fellow Nigerians, the normal fellow Nigerian talk. Then you had Ifajuna, who was in charge of the Lagos area. Then Nwobosi in West Nigeria was the one who eventually killed Chief Esel Akintola. The latter officer was not a member of the inner circle, and he was not approached until either the 13th or 14th January 1966. He was, however, well known to the conspirators, who were certain that when the time came, he could be relied on to cooperate. The execution of the plan was to take place in 3 areas only. This is where we're going. This paragraph. The execution of the coup was to take place in 3 areas only, i.e. Kaduna, Ibadan, and the Lagos area. Although many of the... I'll take that again. The execution of the plan was to take place in 3 areas only, i.e. Kaduna, Ibadan, and the Lagos area. Although many of the participants believed the insurrection to be nationwide. It is a matter of established fact that no violent action took place in either Benin City or Enugu. It has been suggested that these areas were spared because the plotters found it impossible to recruit reliable co-conspirators in these regions. None of the officers has indicated under interrogation that any efforts to recruit collaborators in either Benin or Enugu were made. Indeed, listen to this. Indeed, subsequent action of some of the leading officers indicated collaboration with the then Premier of Eastern Region. The soldiers did not just do what they did. There were civilian collaborators. Somebody has a question in the comment section. Your answer is in the book by Welby Everard. Because this kind of thing, I can't just open my mouth and tell you the answer. It will not. Who was assigned to the east? That was the question. Let me tell you what Welby Everard said. They had one guy that they were hoping would go to the east. It's actually very funny. Suddenly, the guy said he was going to India. Please, guys, power tap on TikTok. This thing is going off. We are many here. Nations are waiting. People are hungry. We be many. We are many. Please, let's power tap. Sorry, I have to find that thing because I don't talk enough. May not be like say Isha said was traveling out. So meanwhile, that same India was where Olusegun Obasanjo came back from on the 14th, and that's why I was not part of the coup. I want to read something to you from. I mean, if you read this book, Why We Struck by Welby Everard, he talked about each of the people. He talked about Nzogu, Ifajuna, Christian Aloforo, Humphrey Chukwuka, and then this is the one I want to talk about. I think it was Chude. Yes, it's Chude. Are you ready? I want to find the place where he said he was traveling so that we can read the two together. They had no plans for the Western region. That's why for the Eastern region, no plans. I found it. Very good. This book is called Why We Struck. This is the only book that folks from the Southeast recommend to Yoruba people. But I can assure you, majority of them have never read this book. They only recommend the book because the author is a Yoruba man and it was part of the coup. So they assumed that it somehow lends credence to their one Nigeria idea of the coup. Is a lie. The biggest problem that we faced was finding troops for operation in the south. There were only 3 battalions in southern Nigeria. This is Ademola. There were only 3 battalions in southern Nigeria in those days. One was stationed in Enugu under the command of Major Ogunewe, who was an officer commissioned from the ranks and was known to be totally conservative, apolitical, and loyal to the Balewa government. However, Major Chude Sokei, a revolutionary-minded senior officer of the unit, was our contact in Enugu. He was Sanders trained. He was in touch with Ifajuna and was willing to match his words with action. Another battalion was located in Ibadan, a very strategic position, but the commander of the unit, Lieutenant Colonel Lagema, was aggressively committed to the Balewa government, and his unit was being used politically to suppress anti-Akintola uprisings. The only answer was to find suitable officers in the battalion who would be willing to bring out sizable troops of the unit for our purpose. When all the officers of the unit were assessed, only 2 seemed likely to respond favorably. Hence, they were approached. One was a captain who promptly turned down the idea. The other was a major who not only refused but threatened to report the matter to his commanding officer. Ambo. Finally, it was unanimously agreed at that meeting that the coup should be staged simultaneously in all the regional capitals. Okay. It was in mid-November 1965 that we held the one and only formal meeting that preceded the coup. The meeting was held in Lagos, in the military quarters of Major Ifajuna, just like is written in the Special Branch Report. The meeting was held in Lagos, in the military quarters of Major Ifajuna. Uzogu was there from Kaduna. I from Abeokuta. Major Chude Sokei was there from Enugu. Others were from Lagos, that is Okafor of the Federal Gas Company, Anufuro and Chukwuka from the Army Headquarters. The meeting was very short. There was a consensus amongst us that something had to be done quickly to save Nigeria from anarchy and disintegration. Those were revolutionaries, they just used these people. So they said there was a consensus amongst us that something had to be done quickly to save Nigeria from anarchy and disintegration and to restore peace and unity to the nation. It was agreed that the only use of force could bring immediate end to the violence being perpetrated in many parts of the country. It was, however, agreed that the use of force should be minimal. Political leaders and their military collaborators were to be arrested, but wherever the arrest was resisted, it was to be met with force, otherwise no one was to be killed. Foul. Only the heads of government, that is the Prime Minister, the 4 regional premiers, please pay attention. This is the book they always recommend to all of us. Only the heads of government, that is the Prime Minister, the 4 regional premiers, and their right-hand men were considered most essential to arrest throughout the country. So the idea was to go to the north, the west, the east, the midwest. 4. We'll get there. Meanwhile, by the time I read Special Branch Report, the plan was only for 2. And the capital, Kaduna, Ibadan, and Lagos. Nobody cared about the other regions. Why? Because the East and Midwest, those 2 regions had both premiers. Let's go on. Only the heads of government, that is the Prime Minister, the 4 regional premiers, and the right-hand men were considered most essential to arrest throughout the country. And amongst their military collaborators, only the top echelon and those holding strategic positions were named for arrest. They didn't arrest on this, we just killed them anyhow. When we get to the killing part, I will read everything, how they kill these people. That will be tomorrow. This included the GOC of the Nigerian Army. They planned to arrest the GOC of the Nigerian Army, Abi? You see, this guy is just a very theoretical, idealistic, naive person. He said they're going to arrest the GOC. What if I told you that the GOC already knew about the coup and the details of the coup before the day of the coup? and that his own tribesmen and townspeople ensured that nobody caught him, such that when they were going to his house to arrest him, the people going to arrest him, one of them already told him that they were coming, and he was leaving at the same time they were going to his house. By morning, he was saying, but they said they will not kill anybody. Oh. Meanwhile, this guy is writing that they're going to arrest GOC because Inokan, he has pure mind, not knowing that it was an ethnic coup, it was an Ibo coup through and through. They were just using him. Let's keep reading. So they're going to arrest the GOC, General Ironsi, the commanders of the two brigades, Brigadiers Ademola and Malari, the Chief of Army Staff, Army HQ, Colonel Kerr Mohammed, and the Adjutant General of the Army, Lieutenant Colonel Pam. Others were the Deputy Commander of the NDA, Colonel Shoda Inde, the Quartermaster General of the Army, Lieutenant Colonel Lunegbe, and the Commander of the 4th Battalion, which was based in Ibadan and was the most politicized unit of the Army, Lieutenant Colonel Lagema. Umbo. Ah. I want to read something to you, but I'm looking for that thing on Today's Okay. I want to answer that guy's question. Finally, it was unanimously agreed that at that meeting that the coup should be staged simultaneously in all the regional capitals of the Federation. It was supposed to happen in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Kaduna, in Enugu, in Benin, and in Lagos at the same time. And they were supposed to do something in another place called Calabar. It's in this book as well. Nalaisha, but no sense that they like give them. To this end, since there were no troops stationed in Benin, the Midwest capital, a small unit was to be sent from Enugu to put the plan into effect therein. Nzogu was named as the commander for North, Chude Soke for the East and Midwest, Ifajuna and I for Lagos and the West respectively. The need to bring more of the middle level officers, major and lieutenant colonels, into the planning and execution of the coup was discussed, but the few names that could be mentioned had to be dropped because of their interpersonal connection and so on and so forth. And so they dispersed. I drove Nzogu to Abeokuta and then he went to the north from there. So to answer your question, the person in charge of the east was actually Chude Soke. Now, how did he leave the country? That's the other one I want to read to you. The first blow, listen no. The first blow to our plan came in early December when it became known that Major Chude Soke, our strong man in Enugu, was soon to depart for India on a course. We were not sure how soon he would go. If it was to be in the new year, we might have staged the coup before his departure. But if he departed before the coup, it would leave us with a big problem. It would not be easy to find a substitute since the captains and majors of that battalion had proved irresponsive. Soke made efforts to postpone his departure for as long as possible, and our normal preparations continued. I hope I've answered that question. It took a while because I didn't know exactly where the page was, but that's the answer. He went to India. Every single person from the east had an alibi. If you let them use you, it's your fault too. Soke, Ojan Soke lost India, was supposed to be the one in charge of the East and Midwest. Then they said they're going to use a helicopter to go and carry Aolo. Let me read that one to you. I hope I find it early because see, the truth is they're just lying. This one was just taking everything they were saying, like, we're going to change Nigeria, we're going to change Nigeria. Not knowing that it was being used. I'll find you that page quickly, and then I thought we were going to get to the death today, but I think we're going to do that tomorrow. Oh boy, got to make it fast. Who has this book? If I find it, I'll let you know. Essentially, what's in that book, what's in that chapter is what they plan to do in Calabar. But when it was time to go, there was no way to fly the helicopter. Ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú tó ń tẹ̀rín. Where we're really going is the D-Day. I'm just trying not to. I don't get to it today because of time. If we start that one, I'm not sure we'll be able to get it done. But there's something I want to read that thing about. All you Yoruba, like when you say things like I'm Yoruba, but I have something to say. You don't know what's happening. No, you have no idea. Every person that was supposed to do something to the eastern region, something will suddenly happen to them. If you're not going to India, they will have boil. Ewo Mamo. They don't have boil. Macarius will come from Cyprus, and they will say it's because of him they didn't do anything. Ask them why didn't they attack Benin? There was no plan for Benin and Enugu. That's the truth. Oh boy. I wish. You know what? Maybe I'm opening the wrong page. Give me a second. I need to read that part so that, because we hear these things and. Page 45, I think it should be this one. Oh yeah, found it. Let me read to you what their plan was, what his plan was. Ideologically, these are the revolutionaries. Ideologically, the core of the revolutionary officers had agreed on a program of action to be implemented if we had successfully taken reins of power into our hands. This program covered areas of politics, economy, education, social and foreign affairs. Politically, we believed that our immediate step would be to correct the worst anomaly of the 1957 Constitution by breaking down the country into smaller units or states. In other words, the 4 regions which existed till January 15, 1966 were to die instantly, and on their dead bodies were to emerge 14 states, each of which would be conterminous with 2 of the former 20. If you allow them to use English for you, you are the one that is not thinking. Let me tell you something. Even this 57, sorry guys, this 1957 constitution that this man was criticizing, the reason they did not allow the minorities in Igbo leaders said no. In the national protocol that I read earlier, they said they had that let me read it. I have to read it. It's important because DDD is not what is there. Don't worry, everything. I hope even you are already tying everything together. When I say we'll tie it together, I'm sure you have rope. You are putting everything together, Abi. What was that book? This one. Let me tell you what they said about folks in the eastern region. They said the Efiks, the Ibibos, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control, even though their dreams of their own state have been completely shattered. The Igbo leader said the dreams. Why did they mention Efiks, Ibibos, and the Rivers tribes? Do you know why? There were 3 main provinces, I should say, that wanted to break out. COR, the Calabar Ogoja provinces. The major ethnicities in those places were the Efiks, Ibibos, and of course the Rivers tribes, because there were many. What they are saying is this: they don't want to have those people broken out of the eastern region, which is why people still talk today. We're thinking about our old east. We want to go to the old eastern region. The only people in Nigeria who want old eastern region are the Igbos, not the people in those other parts of this old eastern region. Because the eyes saw where so that in the 1940s and 50s they wanted to have their own state, but they were denied. And let me tell you one flex I have as a Yoruba person. It is true that the Midwest also wanted to break out of Yoruba land, of Western region back in the day. But guess what? 1957 Willings Commission, if you read the report that was released in 1958, do you know what's in that report? Of all the regions, it was only Western region that made the case for a region, for a group of provinces to pull out of that region to form their own region. When the Midwest were going to make their own case in 1957, 3 people spoke up: the Midwest themselves, Western region government, and the Action Group. It didn't happen anywhere else. I just want to thank God for Awolowo and the rest of his team, because where we will be now, we can talk. Let's go back to this book. So the plan was to dissolve the regions and create 14 states, 7 in the north and 7 in the south. All right. So they said here, In other words, the 4 regions which existed till January 15, 1966 were to die instantly, and on their dead bodies were to emerge 14 states, each of which would be conterminous with 2 of the former 26 provinces of the Federation, except Sokoto and Oyo states, which were to be conterminous with 1 province each. In effect, there will be 7 states each in the former North and South. These were to be governed by military governors, who would be chosen on their merit and loyalty to the revolution. We also believed in the immediate release of political prisoners of those days, namely Tafawa, Jakonde, Anthony Anaoro, Onitiri, Omishade, and so on. As we saw it, these actions would bring immediate relief to the suffering masses of the West and North and would generate peace and concord throughout the Federation. The Awolowo was not planned to become the leader of Nigeria because of the coup. Contrary to the ravings of lunatics that are all over the place. Awolowo, did I say raving? The words of raving lunatics. Awolowo, they planned to release him from prison. He wrote it in his book. They're going to release Awolowo from prison. But they said the entire thing will be led by a military governor. So it wasn't about Awolowo coming to lead anything. But when the time came to actually execute, nothing was done. Not even Butterfly went to Calabar prison, let alone plane to release Awolowo. Said they're going to have helicopter. Nothing. Enugu, something happened. Something happened. Benin, something happened. They didn't plan for those places. Why am I repeating this thing? Because if you're Yoruba and they're telling you to come and do something for Nigeria, you will cry. And the cry will not be because you are hurt for, like, they hurt you physically necessarily. The betrayer, why do you think when you have conversations, you cannot say 2 things? What you hear, you are a betrayer, although that English doesn't make sense. But you hear you're a betrayer. Again, when folks from the Southeast call you something, that thing that sounds like accusation is not an accusation. It's a confession. They are telling you who they are and what they do. If you are Igbo here, I'm not saying you are also like that. You may be different. Maybe you are born again. But the point is, the political history of Nigeria shows that time and time again in this country, one group has planned for all of us, and the plan for all of us was not the plan of peace to give us a future and a hope. It was a plan to destroy everybody else and to come up tops. And that group is a group that calls everybody else tribalists. Nament. I was going to ask, say Nament, but Nament. Let's go back to... I'm running away from the topic of how they died because of time. I'm just going to read some things here. Bandit's wife. This your name is not something. Okay. It says, whose responsibility is to make good policy and ensure good governance? Who implement policies? I'm going to act like I didn't see that, because that question is not. It's a waste of time to answer that question. Let's talk about how they planned, how they executed the coup. Then tomorrow we'll talk about the execution proper. Okay. Let's start with the book by Gowon and David Ejoor, and then we'll read some things from the other book. I think we might need Bengbule. We just might. All right. The H hour by which all actions must commence had been fixed for 0200 hours, January 15. The officer who was to execute the plan in Enugu and Benin. Listen to this, the officer who was meant to the officer who was to execute the plan in Enugu and Benin had left Lagos on the 13th and had only to be notified to carry out within the early hours on the 15th. So they said Chutesoke was supposed to be the one in charge in Enugu and in Benin. Then he suddenly said he was going to India. He went to see Guru. So he went to India. There was another person. Now that person must travel on the 13th. So the person had a 2-day head start. Yet nothing happened in either Benin or Enugu. Okay. 1 second. This thing is about to go.
The H-hour by which all action must commence had been fixed for 0200.
All right. Sorry about that.
Officer who was to execute the plan
The H hour by which all actions must commence had been fixed for 0200 hours, January 15. The officer who was to execute the plan in Enugu had left Lagos on the 13th and had only to be notified to carry on within the early hours on the 15th. The officer who was to operate in Ibadan was based at Abeokuta, that's in Obosi. He too was a relatively young officer, although he was commanding his own unit, which was its 2-field battery, a unit under the command of 2nd Brigade. Captain Iwobosi had reported to Lagos early on the 14th and obtained written orders from Ifajuna, commanding him to carry out the Ibadan operation. Again, these did not follow the laid-down procedure, but served as a cover. Iwobosi returned to Abeokuta before nightfall. His own unit, which was newly formed, had no transport. Therefore, he went to the 2nd Reconnaissance Squadron in the same barracks, pretending that he had a genuine message from Major Obienu, the squadron commander. He told the squadron captain, Ramawa, to supply him with a Land Rover and a 3-ton truck. The latter did. Before midnight, Nwobosi and his second in command were ready to move with about 25 of their battery men. At midnight, Nwobosi was waiting by the telephone to receive the final order from Lagos to move. Now please pay attention. At about 2300 hours, that's 11 p.m., a group of officers were assembled at the military quarter of Major Ifajuna at Apapa. These included the officers who took part in the planning of the coup, namely Ifajuna, Anuforo, Okafo, Chukwuka, and myself. With us were a number of young officers, captains and subalterns, who had only just been summoned from the officers' mess for the operations. Not more than 2 of them had previous knowledge of the operation. One of these was a staff officer working with Ifajuna, and the other was a subaltern working with Major Okafo. What does that mean? It means all the names you see in those lists of coup planners, these are the people. He says they were all there, but they did not. He said they had only just been summoned from the officers' mess, and not more than 2 of them had previous knowledge of the operation. In other words, those names you see on the list, they didn't know Jack. How do I know? Because some of them actually spoke. I'll read something from 2 of them before we go. Now I'm thinking how to quickly run through. Let's start with Follow Yewole. When you hear, by the way, tomorrow we're going to talk about how it was actually executed. It's a very sad Kinesha, but we'll get there. Let's start with Follow Yewole. Give me a second. What is this thing now? Number. Okay. I think I missed it. Can't find that thing. Okay, no, I know what to do. Let me look for somewhere else. I want to read the accounts of some of the people that were co-opted into this whole thing and what they said, so that when people come to you with some ridiculous things and say, oh, see what happened to this person, see what happened to that person. There were 50 people that planned the coup. Is a lie. It's a lie. Okay, I think I'm here now. So it says here, this man authored a book called The Reluctant Rebel. Okay, Engineer Lamu, we're working on it. He wrote a book called The Reluctant Rebel. And so, but this is an interview. The interviewer said, it was on the allegation that you were among the people that planned that coup, that you were detained by the federal government. We want you to assess the situation then that really prompted the military to strike. And this was his response. I was not one of the master planners of the coup. It will interest you to know that by 11:30 on the 9th of January 1966, I had no clue about the coup. No clue whatsoever. Hold up. Does that align with what the planners of the coup, one of the planners actually said? Yes. He said at about 2300 hours, a group of officers were assembled at the military quarter of Major Fajina. There were officers there, they didn't know anything. Only 2 people knew what they were planning. And he mentioned that those 2 people, one of them was working for a Fajina, the other one was working with Major Kafo. Let's read Oyewale's account. I was not one of the master planners of the coup. It will interest you to know that by 11:30 on the 9th of January 1966, I had no clue about the coup, no clue whatsoever. So why did they link you? That's the question. He responds, precisely. I was friendly with Emmanuel Ifajuna, who was a brigade general, and then after they had planned and done everything possible, as the saying goes, some of the people who agreed to what they had agreed decided not to take part. It is a matter of getting anybody who could help, and by virtue of my position, I had a telephone in my house, which was the same thing that happened to most people there. The original planners started telephoning. Where are you? I want to see you. It was an emergency period. I was second in command to the transport brigade in Apapa, and we were on 24-hour alert. So like they will say something like this. Something is happening, Ogumosho, blah, blah, blah. Can you help out? We did get instructions 24 hours. It didn't come as a surprise, so that is what happened. They drove to my house at about 25 minutes to 12 and asked me to come to Ifajuna's house. I got there and I saw a lot of officers sitting down, and they had even finished what they were talking about, and they said, you stay and I will brief you. He mentioned in this interview that the same thing was true of a man called Ganiyu Adeleke. And I'll read to you what they said about Ganiyu. I was not the only one. There are some other people who didn't know until that day. For instance, on the night people were briefed, a colleague was in the briefing and he told them, look, I have to consult my family. They looked at him and said, okay, go and consult your family. Just by the corridor, they told somebody, follow him. Maybe he will be the first casualty of the coup. Of course, what do you want him to decide? So simple. That gentleman is still alive today. What's that gentleman's name? Let me get. I've already told you. I want him to say it himself, so it doesn't look like I'm making anything up. His name is Ganiyu Adeleke. He says. So the person asked the question. You were at a point, according to your book, with Captain Adeleke, another Yoruba soldier. Who was he? He said he was a colleague. He is the one who wanted to consult the family, and we were friends. We both worked in Apapa before the crisis. These names that you see, that you say, oh, many ethnicities were part of the coup. These were people who didn't even know there was going to be a coup. They were just calling them to a meeting, and they went there because Oga was calling them. The 2 names I gave you right now are Yoruba names. Does that mean every other Yoruba person didn't know about it? It's only Yoruba people that didn't know about it? No. There's an Ibo man as well, whose record we have in the book by Bengbule, Nigeria's 5 Majors. I'll read that very quickly. Why are we doing this? Because we already mentioned the names of the planners, right? Any other thing about people just throwing names in order to get you to think it was something else is a lie. So Bengbule wrote a book called Nigeria's 5 Majors, and this is what he said in that book. According to Lieutenant Gibson Ayafulu, he did not even know that the coup was in progress, although he was himself actively, if innocently, involved in its prosecution. On the very night of the operation, at about 0100 hours, that's 1 a.m., he was woken up by the BM of the 2nd Brigade, Major Ifajuna, and told to get dressed immediately because there had been an emergency, and hence the need for an internal security operation. Incidentally, the military push had coincided with Lieutenant Anyafulu's 6th week in the Nigerian army. He had therefore only little knowledge of the loaded Sten gun which Major Ifajuna had thrust into his hands. In fact, listen to this. In fact, he had not been amply acquainted with the mechanics of weapon handling as a whole. Later on, he was taken by Major Welby Everard to the P&T headquarters in Lagos Island and left there with instructions to proceed to paralyze all the vital items of the communication equipment inside the building. He set to work at once, without bothering to find out why. Indeed, without asking any questions at all. Then, having completed the assignment, he did nothing else but wait for his superior. Sorry, I'll tell that again. Having completed the assignment, he did nothing else but to wait for his superior officer to return. He waited long enough to become irritable. Finally, as day was breaking, he caught a bus back to Apapa. It was not until he was arrested shortly after his arrival at the officers' mess, Apapa, that he realized that he had just taken part in a botched-up military coup. His name is Anyafulu. Gibson Anyafulu. He's Ibo. He did not even know he was part of a coup. So when you see this long list that they are banding about on social media these days, trying to say different ethnicities were part of it, these were people who didn't even know what they're part of. There were 7 original planners of that coup. 6 of them were Igbos. And that's not even the only thing that makes it an Igbo coup. We're going to get into the remaining things tomorrow. The victims and the beneficiaries. There are things I've said about them before. There are things I've not said about them before. I'm going to say tomorrow. Of course, I'm going to be reading from books, so you will not say that I make them up. The point is, the January 15 coup did not happen in a vacuum. What I've been trying to establish since we started today is that that coup did not happen in a vacuum. It's not like, oh, they woke up one day and they had a coup. A lot of things have been happening before that prepared the way for the tragedy of January 15. The other thing I was also trying to establish is the fact that there are 2 streams in that coup. I didn't spend too much time on that. I'll talk about it tomorrow if I don't finish it today. There were 2 streams. One was ideological. One was based on ethnicity. The one that was ideological was a revolutionary coup. It is true that there were revolutionaries involved in the first coup, and I think this is where the confusion comes, especially for Yoruba elders who don't want to offend. They know that there were revolutionaries, and so they will stick to that particular thing, but it's like standing on one leg and not using any crutches. You don't have any crutches, but you're using one leg. You're just hopping all over the place. You know that this is not the normal way to walk. Even if they cut your leg, you should at least use crutches. The truth is that the second leg is the Igbo thing. And I'm not saying this because, oh, there's hatred. The July coup, the 2 legs were both northern. And nobody throws tantrums about that. It's the fact of history. The one in January was, on one hand, revolutionary, on the other hand, ethnic. But the truth is that the ethnic one was actually using the revolutionary one to achieve its aim. And the revolutionary ones were naive, idealistic boys who didn't know exactly what was being done. And people like Gowon and David Ejoor, who was writing the book, they're going to have 7 states in the north, 7 states in the south. Let me ask you a question. The people that really own this coup, they came and unified the entire country and had a unitary system. You think they had the plan to break the country into 14 states? Do you know what would happen if they had broken the eastern region into states? The Igbos will lose the economic power they had to be able to harass the north. Why do you think they want to create more states in the east? You will not know because you want revolution. That's why I tell young people today, all this revolution you are doing, you don't even know what you are doing. You're just fighting. They're just using you. You'll be carrying placards all over the place. If I sit you down to explain to me what will happen after this revolution, you don't know. You don't have an idea. He was doing revolution, writing things down. Oh, we're going to have 7 states in the north, 7 states in the south. He had a plan for education, for infrastructure. He wrote it down. It's inside his book. But the original guys that were doing this thing, they didn't care for all this idealistic nonsense. As far as they were concerned, the goal was to accomplish the 1944 objective, which was the perpetual rule of Nigeria by one ethnicity. That's why as soon as they got there, one of the first things they said they started working on was quote unquote unifying the entire country. So you can have a chairman Mao. A person comes, puts everybody together, decides to use their resources to do whatever he wants. If he decides to use their resources for his region, you think you'll be the one to go and tell him that he's wrong. Tomorrow, I'm going to read to you some of the things that he did. By the way, I remember this before we close. Somebody was talking to me earlier today and said the reason for the May riots in the north was the coup of January 66. That's not true. The Northerners did not kill Igbos because of the coup of January 66. It's a lie. A lot of things happened between January and May that led to the killing. Again, this does not justify the killings, but we've got to understand that just because somebody did something terrible doesn't mean you have to say, and this other person also did it. That whataboutism is a way for you to escape accountability. The North waited and just watched, and they were watching until they told them that they were stupid, and they told the other people that, oh God, we're not stupid. We'll discuss that if time permits tomorrow. But hopefully with all the things we discussed today, you have a better understanding of the circumstances surrounding the events of January 15. And tomorrow, what we're going to do, we're going to go deeper into, number one, the streams that flow together to form the coup, and then we're going to answer the other two questions. So the first question we answer today, who were the planners of the coup? The planners of the coup were 85.7% Igbo. Okay? Ajuna, Okafor, and Oji. Then they brought in Chukwuka. Chukwuka brought in Anuforo. Anuforo brought in Uzogu. Uzogu brought in Ademola. There were 6 Igbos and 1 Yoruba person. Those are the planners. But that's not enough to call it an Igbo coup. Why? Because you had more Igbo officers anyway. So most likely, if people were to plan coups, most likely it would be Igbos. But when you remember that historically, they had planned one in 1964 that involved Azikiwe and Ojukwu, you begin to notice a pattern. That the officers, the Igbo officers and Igbo politicians had a working relationship, and that they would have been able to succeed in 64 were it not for the intervention of the GOC, Welby Everard, and the Attorney General Adetokunbo Ademola. But there are 2 other questions. 2 other questions: who were the victims of the coup? Who were the beneficiaries of the coup? 3 questions again: who were the planners of the coup? Who were the planners? Who were the victims of the coup? Who were the beneficiaries of the coup? We know the planners now, at least. There were 7, and there were not 50. The other names you see were people that were brought in a few hours to the execution of the coup. Some of them did not even know until 11:30 p.m. Something what they want to do by 2 a.m. Okay? So don't get carried away by all those nonsense they put on social media and say they are 50. And this one is Yoruba. There's Steve, there's Idoma. It's a lie. The planners were mostly Igbo. The other questions we're going to answer tomorrow. Thank you very much for listening to this very long session. We're going to have very short responses. I don't want to be staying here beyond 8. So we're going to have very short responses, and then we'll call it a day. We'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to have some fantastic conversations. And I'll be reading to you how Shodende was killed, how Shodende was killed, how the Sardauna was killed, how Ademola was killed and his wife Latifa, how Adiza, is it Adiza or Aisha, the wife of Sardauna was killed, how Lagema was killed, Pam, Malari, how they were all killed, how they attempted to kill David Ejoor, and how he escaped. We'll discuss all of that tomorrow. We are not doing this because we want to say we hate Igbo people. That's not the point. I don't say the July coup was a northern counter coup because I hate the northerners. Afsat, thank you, the patriot. Afsat, the wife of the Sardauna. We don't say the northern counter coup was northern because we hate northerners. We say it because it's the fact of history. Hey, Jungus, check out the apology I sent. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Someone says you do. You do. I mean, I don't. I don't hate. It's not about hatred. It's about understanding the facts of history so that you are better prepared to handle the present. Why? Because as it was in the beginning, so it is, and if nothing is done, so it shall forever be. You have to know how to respond, and you also have to understand that if one group is consistently calling for a coup in the last 2-3 years, and they are still calling for a coup in Nigeria, there's something about it, and that thing we'll talk about it some other time. But it's a pattern, and it did not begin last year. Before anybody even thought of the possibility of having coups, the Igbos were planning it. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless the Igbos. May God bless all of us. But that Igbo coup, you got to take responsibility for it. And maybe if you do, you begin to heal. Healing starts with acknowledging your own mistakes. Even the mistakes of our forebears, we say, man, we shouldn't have done this. And we say it sometimes. For instance, in this conversation, whenever we talk about politics of the 60s, I'm like, man, Gowon and David, the way they played that game affected the region, eventually affected Nigeria. We have our own burden of guilt to bear because of the disagreements, right, in our own camp as Yoruba people. So what we do is we learn from that so we don't repeat it. Not to say, no, we didn't do it. It is let me look for another name. It's not Akintola. It is it doesn't make sense. All right. Osi Kid says, why would God bless Igbo? Because they are God's creation. Just because you don't like them does not mean that God hates them now. All right, let's bring some people up. Please keep it short, keep it clean too, please. Keep it clean. As soon as you get up, please mute. And it's 2 minutes for each person. We're not going to stay too long because I have to run. Thank you. As soon as you get up, please mute, and then we'll have your submission. Black Habi, good to see you. It's been a minute. Sinchin says the Igbos are not reflective tribes. All right, let's have Ibrahim. I'll read some things from YouTube very soon, though. Good evening,
hello, good day.
Good evening. I can hear you. Please go on.
Yeah, please, thanks for the information. And I wish we can have some other platforms that even can join because it's quite educative and, informative. My problem or my grounds is this. The misinformations or the propaganda going on or the lies being perpetrated is more than the truth. You see, how I wish, we can have a larger forum in which these can be shared with, our fellow brothers all around Nigeria to know the truth about all these things. If someone is not this consistent and, I don't know, passionate about things, like I try to follow your page most of the times, unlike others, to get to know what really is going on. Because the lies being perpetrated there, whenever you meet them, they will tell you he's a Nigerian thing, it was revolutionary, this and that. And many of us used to believe, because if I say 90 to 98% of Nigerians don't read. So what we do is more to be apologist and hearsay. So please carry on with the good work. More grace to your elbow. And I wish we can have a larger forum or platform that, many will be educated and informed. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll get there. We'll get bigger. We'll get bigger. And I really do appreciate that. But it's important that that we keep saying these things. But let me quickly say something to what you said. And it's important to say this because it's something that they used to throw people off balance. When you hear things like there was a revolution, it was about Nigeria. Don't say no, it wasn't a revolution. And I'll tell you why. What happened was that there were revolutionaries who had an agenda, an idea of how Nigeria should be. On the other hand, there were the ethnic jingoists who were in cahoots with Igbo politicians. By the way, one of the names was mentioned in the special branch report. We read it together earlier. And what you saw in there is that from what they were doing, it looked as if they were working with the Premier of the Eastern region. Why? If you think about it, why? Excuse me.
Let me quickly interject. Sorry, please.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Just write it down. When they finished whatever they were doing, the coup plus, the place they all ran to was Enugu. And they were the guests of the Premier. When 2:30 p.m., 2:15 p.m. was when Ifajuna and Okafo arrived in Enugu. They went to the premier before Ifajuna then ran away to Ghana. When Ademola and Anofuro 4:30 p.m. they left Ijebu, they were going where? Enugu. So the police are asking, what is it about this Enugu that all of you are going? Apparently there's a connection there, and that's why when we come tomorrow, the truth is the people that wanted the revolution, like Nzogu, they were passionate about things, but when the dust settled, they discovered that they had been used. And that's why when Alexander Madebo and Ojukwu were used by Ironsi to get Nzogu to submit, Nzogu was still trying to take over the entire country, not knowing that the people that really had the plan, it was about ethnicity. And the reason we'll talk about it tomorrow, the ethnic component is actually stronger than the revolutionary component. It's just that it's not usually discussed because of what he said, maybe we don't read, but we'll talk about it. There was a revolutionary coup. You see that in Nzogu. You see that although what he did was terrible, killing people the way he did, but it was passionate and it was idealistic about changing Nigeria. Ademola did not kill anybody, but he also had these, fantastic ideas. But the truth of the matter is that the people who actually owned that coup used the revolutionary as facade. So when you saw them, what you saw was this whole revolution. But behind the curtains, what you see is actually the real machinery working is very Ibotic. And until Igbos actually say, okay, you know what, this happened. And by the way, when we get to the beneficiaries tomorrow, you're going to understand this. It wasn't just one person, 2, 10, 500, 1,000 people that benefited from what Ironsi did do. From what this from the coup, it was meant for the ethnicity, and the ethnicity enjoyed it for a while. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Thank you very much. So you want to say something? Please quickly say it. I'll bring one or two more people.
What I'm trying to say is, during some interactions some years back with late Nnamdi Kanu, Meta Masule, he told us that when they accompanied the Denzik, that's the president, right, to the airport. Yes. So one of his secretary, a lady, I don't know whether if they have some informal relationship or, when you have a girlfriend also, she was peeping to him that this guy that you see traveling abroad for medical, he's lying to you. It's not that he's sick. That's in them, trying to get the coup thing. He just peeped to Nnamdi Kanu, that the then minister, and told him like, this guy is lying. It's not that he's sick. That's one. 2, the Sardaunas and the Tafawa Balewa died and left mud houses. In fact, Sardauna was indebted. So I wonder which corruption, even though they might have their issue during that time, but these guys are poor, wretched. Sardauna was indebted. Even the farm of Sardauna, it was in what I learned in his cupboard also, that he wrote a letter that it's not his. That farm is not owned by him. He's just using so that people will not see that he's a lazy or relying on government. These are things that many don't talk about, Many try to portray it and make it look, and up till today, sometimes, all this hatred and mutual hatred and suspicion that we are going through as a country, is all due to this. Because whenever I remember, when I hear about certain things going on, I just used to recast my mind to what I read about all this coup, about all those conspiracy theories, fabricated stories about something that never existed, just to control some people's mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said a lot. Very powerful submission. I really do appreciate it. And some of those things that we call conspiracy theory, well, we'll get to it tomorrow. Let me not talk too much because of time. Let's have the next speaker. That will be Abdurrahman. Please keep it short, and then we'll go to Remy Guy. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, sorry. Before you speak, I remember what I wanted to say. So the Sardauna, the thing about it is not about corruption, it was about power. The folks that organized the coup did not organize the coup because it was corrupt. Yes, they talk about his religious stuff, and our politicians were not perfect. Okay, Sardauna was not a perfect politician, but the reason they really wanted him out was because of power. It wasn't about whether it was corrupt or not. What they even talked about was never so much corruption, but Islamization. That he had the plan to Islamize Nigeria. They were going to bring weapons from Saudi Arabia. He had returned from Saudi Arabia. Ademola was helping him out. They just made it up. You see it in some of the claims in Bengule's book. They come up with this, and that's the funny thing. It's a pattern. Anytime they want to say something, say Islamization, they are trying to use Islamic caliphate. And I'm not saying some people don't have Islamization agenda in Nigeria, but any small thing, they still use it this year. That'll be 2025, Islamization. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow, though. But thank you very much for that submission. Let's go to Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman, good evening. I think he's unavailable. Let's go to Remy Guy. Mr. Remy.
Prof.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm available.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for today's lecture.
Thank you.
It was very comprehensive, and then it helped me to have more grasp about the history of my country, and also to help me to be fair to people that I don't have much respect for. Thank you very much for that. And then you talk about, or before I go to that, sir, one thing that I want you to know that today's lecture, or the series of lectures that I have been following, helped me to at least start changing my mind, perception that was instilled in me while in university on how Chief Awolowo brought ethnicity or ethnic politics, how he injected it into the political system of this country. And the lecturers that instill that perception in me, definitely, I don't remember if there was any Ibo among them. Yes, they came from different tribes. But with my consistency of following you, I want to confess to you that I began to have a rethink about some of the things. I'm not saying that your lecture cleared ever, can I say doubt whatever. All let me say the perception about Chief Awolowo, but it greatly reduces it.
Thank
because you. I'm kind of person that I always want to have two sides of stories for me to wear. For me to wear up. So it definitely helped me. And to the other elders that are trying to project Darko as a revolutionary coup, it's not that they are intellectually lazy or they don't know what happened. They are doing that out of deep hatred that they have.
So you broke up for a bit.
They have toward us. That is why. Okay. Okay.
You said the elders who called it a revolutionary coup. It wasn't that they were ignorant or something like that. Do you want to go over that again?
Here, I express my gratitude and I thank you very much for the wonderful things that you are doing. You are not doing this only for the Yoruba, but also for the people of Nigeria. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. Why? Sorry, I'm going to have to mute you. Thank you. So why do they call Awolowo a tribalist? Now, do people believe Awolowo is a tribalist? Yes. Do you know how many books have been written about that? Starting in the 1980s. I mean, way back, even from the 1950s. What am I saying? From the 1940s, when they were going against Egbe Modudua, they have been calling everybody tribalists and fascists, even though they were the ones pushing the ethnic agenda. And the leader, of course, has always been Azikiwe. That's why I don't believe in Zik of Africa. It doesn't make any sense. There's nothing like that. It's like buying Maggi because you saw Maggi, but you don't know that it's fake product. That the Maggi has E there. You know Maggi? There's Maggi, then there's Maggi. Maggie. What is inside is not the Maggi you think you're buying. Fake product. That's what it is. Now, to speak to it, but the particular thing they hold on to, particularly when you read the book by Chinua Achebe, The Trouble with Nigeria, what they hold on to is what happened in 1951. And I mentioned it a few days ago, but I'm going to say it again maybe next week. And it's good that we're going to say it later, because by the time you understand what has happened since the 1930s, which we've been talking about, 34, 36, 37, 38, 39, into the 40s, into the 50s, if a person who did all those things all those years then comes to your place and says, I want to become your Oga in your land, after saying that God has specially created the Ibo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. That's what Zik said. June of 1949 in Aba. God has specially created your people to lead all of us. And then you now come and say, you want to become my leader, and I should allow you to do it. And if I don't allow you, I'm a tribalist. You are not a thinking person.
Because number one, they voted.
Awolowo did the right thing. And if you try it again, I will do exactly the same thing. Why? Because number one, they voted. By the way, I said it before, I'll say it again because you mentioned it. Zik won a seat in 1951. He was representing Lagos in Ibadan. See how tribalist we were. He was in Ibadan, representing Lagos. How did he win in a place where everybody is just a tribalist? The real issue was the fact that I wanted to be the leader of government business, and they had for 3. By the way, what I'm saying right now, you find it in Zik's own book. My Odyssey was his autobiography published in 1970. He said the NCNC was on. He said he won the seat in Lagos to go to Ibadan Western Region Parliament. He mentioned it. Then he said the NCNC was under the impression that they had won 43 seats. However, their members and supporters. Is this the same members? He used one word. I'll look for it when the next person is going. Their supporters did not shout some nonsense thing about the fact that their supporters did not clinch their seats. We now say, who were those supporters? He now mentioned the names. He mentioned people like Aboderi, people like Akinloye, people like Adelabu. Only for us to now read a book called The Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo by Olayiwola Abegunrin. Guess what Chief Aboderi said? They did not win on NCNC platform. Thank you, Prof. Supporters and sympathizers. Those are the words he used. He said the supporters and sympathizers did not win like they expected. Just ridiculous stuff. Aboderi then said they did not win those seats on the platform of NCNC. They won on the platform of IPP, Ibadan People's Party. There were 6 of them. They won the seats. Zik then went to meet 2 of them. He went to meet Akinloye and Adelabu to tell them to get the remaining 4, that all of them should come and join NCNC. Aboderi then convinced all of them to join AG. 5 of them joined AG. Only Adelabu and Kelemes joined NCNC. Zik then went to town and said, they used tribalism. Meanwhile, eventually, when this man returned to Enugu, one of the first things he did was to remove Ayoeta, who was from the Cross River area. Removed him and became the leader of government business. So much for a one Nigerian person. Why didn't you let the person continue? Just a bunch of... The time comes. Someone says, please, how can I buy books from you? It seems you sell books. Sorry if I'm wrong. No, you shouldn't be sorry. We have a book selling... We have a book selling platform. It's called Redomi Books on Telegram. We're working on something to make it even bigger. But please go on Telegram, go to Redomi Books. There are different categories. You can pick the book you want. There's a way there's a instruction for how to get the book. But wherever you're in the world, the books will be shipped to you. So yeah, REDOMI Books on Telegram. Thank you very much. Someone says, how did Zik justify the pushing aside of his NCNC vice chief father on seat? I don't know how he justified it, but I don't think he needed to justify it. As long as you just put one able person there, you say, we know one Nigeria. Why are you thinking about ethnicity? It doesn't really matter. We're all in the same country. It's for all of us. But every strategic post must be filled by Igbo. But all of us, we are one country. If you speak against it, you're a tribalist. works. Let's have Remy Guy. Meanwhile, if you want to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up on the screen. I want to thank everybody who has given gifts earlier. I saw a lot of gifts earlier, and I want to appreciate you. Thank you very much for your generosity. I really do appreciate it. If you'd like to support us with cash, please use the bank details. It takes a lot to have these sessions every day, and your support actually helps to, continue having it. So please join us tomorrow, 4 p.m. if your time is African time. If you'd like to support us, please use the bank details up on the screen as a GT account. Thank you very much. Let's go to Remy Guy, our final speaker. Is it for this round or for this night? Mr. Remy, Shewa.
Happy New Year, my brother, Professor.
Happy New Year, sir.
Happy New Year.
sir.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
Ekpele.
Okay, how have you been now as a family? Ekpele.
Very well,
So, what
Ekpele.
is your
Shewa.
screenshot account number? Yeah, so, how about you?
Oh, okay.
How do you
Yes,
know, sir? So, let me get down to it. The previous speaker, Abdul, or I don't know the full name, it's always convenient for the Northerners to come up and say, tele, Awolowo, now I have a new vision and opinion about him after this. You see, it's convenient for them. Like, they were partners in crime. So it was when the coup, did not go their way, they started, their wahala started, So when I heard that, I said, okay, that there we go again, for me, we Yorubas don't have any friends in that country. So this one's now I'm getting new image of Awolowo or something.
No. So I think it's a personal thing. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's a personal thing. Yeah, but it's also important. What you're saying is important too, but for most people believe Awolowo was a tribalist. Even Yoruba believe, all these Yoruba bots, some of them believe Awolowo was a tribalist. And only when you now break it down to say, okay, nkoto she lele ibo kilo shele koto she ati pe nkoto she gon she koto lo she. Which cross carpeting ever happened? Meanwhile, sorry, I'm stopping you. Meanwhile, Chino Achebe said he was there and he saw people cross carpeting. Chino Achebe wrote in his book, I'm telling you, the book is called The Trouble with Nigeria. He said he was a witness of people cross carpeting. And the people that moved from the place to another place don't even belong to NCNC. But the point is, what is propaganda? What is drive it gone? So a lot of people believe it. So if he says he's now changing his mind, let's applaud him. But we can also acknowledge what the Northerners did, by the way.
Okay. So the next thing is I've been always asking myself, why is the government, every government like we've had in Nigeria, why are they not interested in the truth? You see, Second World War, First World War, all the way to their whatever Stone Age wars here in Europe, everything is documented. Nobody can now come and twist anything. Why is no government is interested in the truth coming out? Setting up a panel where people like you, people with various opinions and documents and everything, can present their documents. Then we can now compile, we can now view everything together and make a conclusion on how and what transpired and what happened. You yourself said you have and the British archives, you have connections there where let's get every document we can lay our hands on. And let's determine this thing. Of course, the obedience, those people, they're not going to listen. Yeah, but at least we have an official version of what transpired. You understand what I'm saying, sir? Because if I want to read about the Second World War, I know Hitler, was if the first attack was Poland, the first plane flew in, these things are documented. Why is it so difficult for us in Nigeria to do the same? Thank you, sir. That's my question, sir. Thank you. God bless. Michigan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. To be honest, our people have written these books. I mean, if you notice, I always read books. I read those books because I also am leaning on eyewitness accounts, research works. These things are done. I think the real issue is reconciling all these things. And I'll tell you why people don't want to reconcile those things. They don't want to be seen. Let me tell you the truth. How do I say this? It was a mistake of our fathers in the aftermath of the war. That's what we're still suffering in Nigeria. In the name of being gracious, they swept a lot of things under the carpet. And they declared no victory, no vanquished. That was a mistake. One of the biggest mistakes in Nigeria's history is that statement, no victor, no vanquished. It's a huge mistake. I understand the spirit behind it, the spirit of reconciliation. I understand, and I can't blame Gowon for doing that. For me, I thought it was being magnanimous. But you see, there's a reason you have prisons. There's a reason you jail certain people. It's not because you hate them. It's because you want to maintain order in society. Even if you're going to show mercy, that person must acknowledge what they have done in order to be merciful towards them. In other words, you're not going to send them to the penitentiary, but you want to penitentiary institution, but you want to forgive them, but they have to acknowledge what wrong they have done. With all due respect to Igbos all over the world, the leaders did not account for what they did. And that is what is affecting the people today. Ojukwu came back to a hero's welcome. 12 years after the war, the guy came back and got pardoned. All the properties that his father left, he got everything back. He lost nothing. Let me tell you something. The average Igbo person, what did Ojukwu lose? Think about it sometimes. What did he lose? The Igbo person lost something. The Igbo man lost something. That's why when he returned, the elites in Igbo land, they don't count. You know, when you read the way they talk about him, they're like, have you read what your elders were saying? Some of the political guys were saying in the 1970s, 1980s. They don't count him for anything. Because they were the ones who died. They were the ones whose family members died. Ojukwu's half brother died. That was about it, and he was in the war. He was fighting as but himself, everything his father left, he got back. That's why I was obnobbing with IBB, obnobbing with Abacha, asking them to hang Abiola. He didn't pay for anything. So what does that mean? You are now given incentive to have Nnamdi Kanu. Just a matter of time. You're going to have Nnamdi Kanu, you're going to have Samanepa, you're going to have Guguru Anepa, you're going to have all kinds of things. You're going to have the ones that are now standing up saying they're doing BRG, EIE. You have them. Because the first thing you are doing now, let's do good people, great nation. When you look at the American Civil War, compare it with Nigerian Civil War, and look at the difference. We gave £20 ex gratia payment, right? Magnanimity of people like Papa. I will say, oh, you know, these people are coming back. Some of them have lost their money. The ones who had record got their money back. Oh, they don't tell you that one. People got their monies back. But the ones who probably didn't have accounts or couldn't show you whatever, they gave all of them £20. American Civil War, they didn't give anybody a cent. Nigeria, they gave people £20. What are you hearing in 2026? Your father cheated us. Our took our money. The money you gave to Ojukwu that is turned to Biafran pounds, and you now brought worthless papers that just like tissue papers. Brought in and said, yeah, collect it and give me 20 to 1. Why should Nigeria pay for the mistakes of Ojukwu? But guess what? They still give you £20. But what do you hear right now? You are cursed. Say, oh, you guys hate us. You don't like us. They don't tell them about the fact that 3.5 million naira was sent to African Continental Bank, 3.5 million pounds. Later on, it was 5 million naira sent to African Continental Bank, Azikiwe's bank, so that Igbos could access loans. They don't tell you about the money that was put inside Cooperative Bank of Eastern Nigeria by the same AWO. They don't tell you about the fact that all the money that should have gone to the Eastern region during the war that AWO kept, he released it as soon as there was a government in this Eastern region. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about the fact that he was giving them a subvention of £990,000 every month. Why? Because the bad boy has to be seen as a hero. So he will create anything to make himself like a lord. And nobody called him any bad boy. He was bad, but you said, okay, good people, great nation. Therefore, some of his people now look at him like, he's our hero. They're just persecuting him, even though he got them killed. The day the Igbos tell their history, they understand their history, they will curse Ojukwu. This man was using his people for content. I'm not joking. Content creation. The guy was taking pictures and sending it to New York. Look online. You'll find it in this book, by the way. the tragedy of victory by Godwin Alabi Sama, the tragedy of victory. But you also see it online. Look for the name Robert Goldstein, letter August 1968. His own man was begging him to allow food, medicine, and milk into Igbo land, into the region, because Biafra was already decimated in some parts. The man was snapping pictures, using people's bodies, no plan to feed these people, no nothing. And he was telling Awolowo, God will judge people. Oh. May 6 and 7, 1967, Awolowo was in Enugu, talking to this person, saying, "You're a young man, you're 34 or so. Stop. Let's not fight. This is what, by the way, everything they discuss is inside the book called, you will find it in the main books, Awo on the Civil War. The transcript of their meeting in Enugu is in that book. Everything they said was in that book. They never said it was going to help anybody to break out of Nigeria, by the way. You know what Ojukwu said to Awo? He said that they had the strongest army in all of Black Africa, the largest army. Just lying, propaganda, and nonsense. In the middle of the night, he went to Awo's chalet and knocked on the door and said he wanted to talk to him. You'll find this something now. You'll find it in the book by Wole Soyinka. You must set forth at dawn. He went to meet Awo. I said he went to have a private conversation with him. Baba, Omogbo, he called some people, like 2 people, to be in that meeting. So when he was now relaying that thing to Wole Soyinka, he was telling him, ask this person. They will tell you what happened. Without that, he would have said he was the one who gave Awolowo the idea of life. The point I'm trying to make, right, is that the reason this has continued is that our fathers thought that if you just declare no victor, no vanquished, there will be healing. If you read this book by J. Sawela Gowon, he said that because of Gowon's strategy of no victor, no vanquished, that Nigeria healed very quickly. When I read it, I was like, this man really has Oppo. Nigeria has not healed. And the reason Nigeria has not healed is that the people who were responsible for the carnage were never punished. They were all forgiven. Do I think it's okay to forgive people? Yes. But they must acknowledge the wrongdoing. You can't say no victor, no vanquished. There was a victor that was vanquished. So here's the issue. When you say no victor, no vanquished, you have left a huge vacuum. The folk from the southeast cannot claim to be the victor because he did not win. People will laugh and say, we know you lost. He cannot claim to be vanquished because that will hurt his ego. And he's human, so he's natural. You didn't call him vanquished, so he wouldn't call himself vanquished. So what's left? He's not a victor, he's not vanquished, and there's a vacuum, so he becomes a victim. He's not a victim. You can't say anything, he's a victim. Something is happening, why are you talking about me? He now uses victimhood as a weapon. Blackmailing everybody, you empowered him. Our fathers, when I talk like this sincerely, it has nothing to do with hate. The day you say, okay, boy, I messed up, like the South in America, okay, we shouldn't have done this way, we should do it this way. Eventually they came together, everybody knows exactly what their space is. You can't come around and say, I didn't know what happened, Nigeria, sorry for my Turanchi. Lastly, the real issue, I'll say it again, it's no victor, no vanquished. There was a victor, that was Nigeria, that was vanquished, and it's not Biafra that was vanquished. It's not Biafra that was vanquished. What I'm saying right now may sound harsh, but listen, I'm Yoruba. We have fought many wars amongst ourselves. When what happened in Ijebu happened, we didn't go around telling the world to rewrite the Magbon War. The British beat Ijebu 1892. But guess what? Doesn't matter. People not beat British or Britain. Didn't they beat Britain? The fact that you lost a war or something, does that mean that you are now, I mean, it's just one of those things. There was. We can tell you when certain things happen, even when our own home, our source, when Ife was sacked. I can tell you when Oyo was sacked, how the place was displaced, how the people were displaced. It does not reduce our value. It's part of our history. It builds resilience. Now you are able to know, okay, this is what we did in the past, we have to do better. That's how, all this thing of, Biafra did not lose anything. The Igbos lost. And the Igbos cannot claim to be victims because they dealt with the minorities in the so-called Biafra. They killed them in in hundreds, in the hundreds, if not thousands, all across the place. Nobody wants to talk about it. Why? Because once you say it, and did you not say no victor, no vanquished?
You can't talk about those things anymore because
You can't say no. You said no victor, no vanquished. Now you cannot talk about what happened in Tegema or in Abonema or in Ogoja or in Calabar. You can't talk about those things anymore because you said no victor, no vanquished. The people in those places, why do you think they acted the way they did after the war? Why did you think Podako people said Igbos are not coming back to this place? You look at those reels from those times and you say, these people are tribalistic. You don't understand what they went through. They know their story, but you're shouting no victor, no vanquished. There was a victor, there was a vanquished, and it does not reduce the value of the victim. It was a war. You lose some, you win some. Did they not beat China? Did England not beat China? The Opium War. Can England touch China today? Imagine China say, don't say we lost the Opium War. Don't say so. It's uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. They will still be in that Lungu, pre-Chairman Mao. That's where they will be. You have to take responsibility. But that generation, we will make it right. And lastly, there are books. There are many books, but there are more books that need to be written, and we'll work on them. Thank you very much for your submission. Let's go to our final speaker, Professor Remy. It's been a minute. What's your metal? Shewa.
You go, Professor. Ojukwu.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Honest. I've been in and out, right? But it's always interesting. 60 years ago today, and that event changed the direction of this country. I hope people can think deeply about it. This was just 6 years. The country was just 6 years, and some people were already, laying, and then they just decided to bring everything down. Everything down. And that single decision altered the direction. If you read some of the discussions before then, and if you also read John Strimlau's book on the international aspects of Biafra, you will see how Nigeria was so powerful, before this event. At a point, Nigeria expelled France, right? We expelled the French ambassador from Nigeria because of the, nuclear testing in the Sahara, right? Nigeria was so powerful at that time, but some people just decided to do that, and then they changed the course of the country forever. And when you start digging into it, what are these issues gone that these people are coming? You're complaining about Northerners. And that's when it comes to First Republic. I don't really blame Northerners so much. You have 4 regions. Each region has its civil service. And you have center. You dominate your own Eastern civil service. You are the one that dominated the one in the center. And you are still complaining that the other regions are not of their major stuff against Sadada, right? That the civil service, they are not giving them. But the man is saying, if I give you that, these my people that I'm educating now, where will they work? Right? Where will they work? Right? Because these are some of the silly things that these guys, they strung together and changed the course of the, history of the country, right? And we will keep talking about it because it's a very important stuff. And what I find very interesting is that why will Nigeria put Armed Forces Remembrance Day on that particular day? Why? To me, it's a disrespect to the people that lost their life on that day. It's a big disrespect. Why do we have to do that? But be that as it may, you were talking about some of the mistakes our fathers make. I think our fathers make, they make a lot of mistakes, and there's a lot of assumption. It's a common thing for Yoruba. We will say, ṣé èèyàn ọlọ́pọlọ ò ní gbà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ náà pé ẹ filẹ̀ ẹ má dá lóhùn àwọn ọlọ́pọ̀, but and for the people that don't speak Yoruba, what I'm saying is that it's a common thing among Yoruba when especially the elderly, when they hear someone that's saying something, that seems illogical, they're going to tell you, oh, leave him alone. There's no point in countering him. That other people have, they are sensible and they won't be. But that is when you have your own people, because you have common ethos, you have common cultural stuff, and you can easily discount that, because it's a different thing when you have other people that their basis is folklore and things like that, and rumors, and their conspiracy, and that thing just continue and continue. I remember one of Chief Obafemi Awolowo's interview, and they were asking him some of the things about the Civil War, and he was saying, oh, I know it's Ojukwu that will be saying that nonsense, but I will deal with it in future. Baba did not deal with it until he died, because he just felt, why would people believe that? A lot of our elders, they always have that, and that thing has done, and that thing makes people to feel like Yoruba, people are, guilty just because you don't. And where did I read it from? I think in Professor Omar Morris, when he was writing about June 12th, and he was talking about the allegations against Yoruba people, the rumors that they were, carrying against Yoruba people in Abuja and all of those, so that they are, they are planning against Yoruba people, and Yoruba people are hearing it. So he was one. He said that, why didn't Yoruba people bother, discounting these lies, refuting these lies? That's okay. Yeah, but I now say, because you are not a Yoruba man, that's why you didn't understand, right? But, which was a mistake, and that's why what we are, battling with. The people that praise Ojukwu today, there's one Ojukwu's interview with Frederick Forsyth that I read some time ago. If they read that interview with Frederick Forsyth, they will all go to Ojukwu's burial, dug him up, and flog him. When a man is saying, oh, what are your regrets? Say, oh, my regret is that, I now realize that I didn't plan well. You took millions of people to their death. And you are saying, I realize now that I didn't plan. Oh, I underestimated I underestimated the impact of money, of currency. You are going to war. You said you underestimated what impact those things will have. So your logistics, you didn't come. So those people that lost, they should go there, dug him up, flog him again. Honestly, you just use the life of your people. And I love that interview because he didn't even blame anybody. He was sincere. And it was Forsyth that interviewed him. He told him that, yes, I made this mistake. I didn't realize food is very important. I didn't realize currency is very important. So, but, he got a lot of people fired. He came back, got all his properties, and still encouraged that lie. Remember, you said he supported IBB. It's not just from IBB. Shagari brought him back to checkmate Zik. Happy? Maybe the only government he wasn't in was Buhari's own. For IBB, it was like a lapdog for IBB. Abacha, it was just dancing Kokoma anyhow. When he died, didn't they give him some form of state burial during Jonathan's time?
Yes, so.
So
full state burial.
So that's
for someone that should have been punished, or at least just let it
exactly. You see, so that's what we are saying, right? When people don't face the consequence, look at the U.S. Civil War that you referenced. I was reading a particular story sometime. It was something that happened in the Middle East. So there was this U.S. ambassador in Syria at that time that the person was talking to, and it was around that time the U.S. Civil War now happened, and the US ambassador was on the side of the Confederates. You understand? So he lost his position. He even left. He renounced. He had to go to Europe. And one of the laws after the US Civil War was that if your property had been used, by the Confederates in propagation of the war, the US government seized it. They seized all those properties. And with your greenback or grayback, that's the Confederate money, US government did not give anybody anything. Everybody started from scratch. But for a long time, people and a lot of young people had believed that, Yoruba people were wicked. They did this. They are the one that are behind this stuff, right? Which doesn't make any sense. The other thing I want to add is, I know you're still going to talk about it, is one thing about the Egbe Omoduduwa and its emergence. I think lots of writers, and I also blame a lot of, academics that are Yoruba, especially historians. I think one of the things they are all trying to do is that we want to build a Nigerian image, and they tend to bury important information. Everybody starts from, they recount this story, they make it look like Egbe Omoduduwa was just a reactionary group, that felt intimidated by Igbo's progress. I've seen eminent professors repeat that nonsense. But when you look at the events that precede that, except if you're a madman, that you won't think twice. Some of the events that preceded the eventual formation was when Zeke and Co. went to London to go and protest the Richardson Constitution. And a lot of things happened in the UK that caused a lot of wala. And by the time they came back, and they were asking, and the Daily Service, which is opposition, were asking him to give account of the money, his response was that it was the Yorubas that are the problem. When he give accounts now, but he now says the Yorubas that are doing this. And the next thing, they purged all the Yorubas in NCNC. There was a serious purging. When Zeke was away, the barrister Magnus Williams, a Yoruba man, was the acting president. When they came back, because the barrister came in the possession of some, he got sent some information when Zeke was in UK, right? Zeke attended an event organized by the Igbo students, right, in UK. And they were all going, all the delegates, they usually go to all the events together. But when it came to this one, Zeke alone went there. So what transpired there got into Magnus Williams' hands, where the Igbo students were telling Zeke that I must not trust the Yoruba, so in this group, Kiniko. So Magnus Williams, published an article on it in Daily Times. So when they came back, they purged all the Yorubas. It was so bad, the environment was so bad that, I was reading a note from that era, that was from 45. There's a journalist that was documenting, he sent dispatch from Nigeria. He said a church, right? The priest there, his name is Odutola, he said all the Igbo congregation left the church. And Yoruba make sure they demarcate her. So there were lots of things that led to that event. So we used to talk about Onyema, right? His statement at, but that's not the only one. It was in Swansea's dispatch that I now read that Onyema was actually saying the Yorubas should be wiped out. He also made another statement that the Yorubas should be wiped out around 45 or 46, right? And you are now blaming people that they organize themselves. You purge them. You are saying suicidal thing about them, homicidal things about them, And then you're not blaming them that, oh, they formed themselves. Why? Why can't they just be following us? Since we are the, high Zika, my friends, are the anointed one.
Master race.
The master race, right? So, I mean, that's those are some of the things I want to. I think the Achebe that you've mentioned, we know our guy. Achebe will talk of hunger, but if you read his book, There Was a Country, he talked about how his children were eating chocolate.
Yep.
His children were eating chocolate during the war, right? How many people's children were eating chocolate?
And they had toys.
War? And they had toys, right? He wrote it himself. He wrote it himself in that book, right? Ojukwu's children were doing birthdays. They were doing birthdays ceremony during the war. And then this our fault. What's that? One for Rizzo was telling human beings, was not telling common man, on TV that they should not be running away from the bomb. The Nigerian bomb cannot be as strong as a Biafra bomb. That they should wait, pick up the bomb, and throw it back. Prof, Nigeria is a basket case. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wow. Thank you very much, Prof, for that fantastic addition. Like, really, really good. Thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate it. Let's be telling ourselves the truth in this country. And I want to say something, and then we'll probably just close up. Maybe I'll bring one. I don't know if that person is Ibo, but I'll see it. Many of our Yoruba elders have this thing where maybe because of compassion, the war and all that, compassion, and they also don't want to offend, or just being politically correct, essentially. And of course, there's also the faith aspect. We're all Christians, let's forget. You are being naive. You are opening your children up to fall for propaganda. That's the reason you're going to have that's why we had a lot of Yoruba obedience in the last election. It's because we never heard the truth. And the reason was because our fathers thought, necessary. For instance, not once. My fault is, my father, he's late now. Not once in his entire lifetime did he sit me down and tell me anything about the war. I don't even know anything about Nigerian history. He didn't tell me anything about Nigerian history. Because the only one I think is history, history is some Ife, but the Nigerian thing about what happened and apart from the fact that they took our laws to prison, they shouldn't have done that, and even then they will still be blaming Justice Showemimo alone. They don't, not if. The point is that we have this penchant for assuming that every part of Nigeria is just like Yoruba people. So what we'll do amongst ourselves, want to do it amongst Nigeria, assuming that all ethnicities in Nigeria have the same level of civilization. It's not true. It's not true. In some places, if you fought that kind of war, you'll be humble. You'll be like Germany. Germany is humble. Germany is not humiliated though. They were humiliated at the point, but they are humble, but they are strong, and they show their strength. But you don't go about the place shouting, I own this place, I buy this place. People that talk like that are people who are trying to make up for their losses, make up for what they don't have in terms of capacity. Someone says, Yoruba obedience want a functioning country. Why are you upset that young Nigerians desire more? No, young Nigerians should desire more, but they shouldn't be going around with people who have no plans for whatever they're saying. A person makes a statement, you can't pick one thing that makes sense that you can actually run with, apart from consumption to production. And you're running after that person because you are angry with the government. In other words, you're going to a point where you can go to the desert, you are thirsty, you take sand instead of looking for an oasis. Just because you want anything, what else can I say? I just want to eat something, so you can take sand. The most ridiculous organization to join in Nigeria in the last 10 years is Obedient Movement. It's a shallow, ideologically shallow organization or movement. There's nothing to it. Nothing apart from just angst. You're just angry. That's it.
If you are there, good luck to you.
Criticize, angry. There's no roadmap for anything. Anyway.
Nothing.
If you are there, good luck to you. I hope now you see that the structure of criminality is now the structure of your Lord and Messiah now.
You
no the ideology, nothing. And you know the craziest part is Shakiton Shebiora.
You have all these children just sleeping in one, and you cannot have a
You are now telling the world that you are better than them. Meanwhile, you don't even reach their level.
You cannot say, excuse me.
You have all these children just sleeping in one, and you cannot have independent thought.
You cannot say that thing.
Listen, any organization where you cannot think on your own, you cannot say, excuse me, I have an idea. How about, it may not be, how about this? If you cannot say that thing, no. That's not an organization to join. Look at them on social media. Everybody goes a certain way. It's a herd. Be around me, Molu. Herd. You just go this way. You can't say, oh, how about this? You can't go against whatever the majority say. Even if the majority are telling you rubbish. E.g., we don't go give shishi. You want to do politics. You're not giving shishi. Then you come back and say you don't have people at the polling units to know who voted. How would they stay there? Maybe you're not giving shishi. Just nothing. God bless you guys in your obedient rubbish. Let's have Kingsley and then we'll close. Someone says APC rats have a say in Bath government. I don't think you have sense. I'm not telling you about APC. I'm not. Is obedient a party or a movement? You're not really using your brains. You're comparing a party and a movement. A party that has a structure of what they are doing, and a movement where you cannot have a contrary opinion. Do you not see APC people have conversations where they are fighting and they are, disagreeing amongst themselves? That shows people are thinking. I don't belong to a party, by the way. I see APC people talk sometimes, and they're trying to argue a particular point, and they're on different. You can't have that in whatever clown nonsense you guys are doing. You can't say I don't agree. You can't even say, okay, you know what, let us agree to disagree. No. This person must believe what I'm saying, or else is a sabo. It's that Biafra mindset. And it's not a building mindset. It doesn't build. And that's why the movement has not become anything more than what it is. Someone says the hate in you so much. I think at this point you have said enough. You don't have sense. This is hate to you. You guys are retarded. This is hate. If you think this is hate, what do you think? No, you are a retard. If you know the sad part, the phrase this clown just used, Ojukwu used the same phrase, Azikiwe used the same phrase. Way back in the 1940s, Azikiwe used the same phrase. In his 1949 speech, he used it. We are hated. Hated. We are hated. You guys don't think. Nobody must say anything against what you are saying. They are hated. So you discover that at the end of the day, you cannot have a conversation based on data or facts. It has to be based on emotions. You have to find a way to trigger the person and say, you don't like me, you hate me. The person will now be looking for a way to prove to you that they love you. If you say I'm hated, you are hated. Not by me, but by yourself and the wala going on in your spirit and your body. Someone says that's classic narcissistic. Yes. It's classic. Let me read what you said. Classic narcissistic trait. Yes. They'll leave the matter. They will now create something. You will now be trying to prove that you're not a tribalist. E.g., you must have something in your region. You say, why? Why should you be asking that question? That means you're a tribalist if you cannot allow me to have it. You cannot discuss that thing. Just because you are questioning what the person is saying makes you a tribalist. Even the person is just honestly trying to understand what you're saying. But in his head, he doesn't have the capacity to actually engage in anything. So they just go straight. Let me tell you one funny thing that happened today. We're about to close. I want to read something to you. This is from one of the best brains from the Southeast. Like best has business in the US. I was working on major company in the US, has fantastic organizations in different places, but the mindset is the same. Again, there are exceptions, but I don't hold my breath for exceptions. I don't, because, well, let me read to you what the person said. You know what was happening about this whole thing that Nigeria was talking about, investing in PR in the US, and then this man, what's his name? Ruben Abati was talking about how there are Biafran guys, right, who are pushing propaganda. They're pushing their story of Igbo persecution, right? And so Nigeria has to counter it. If you're a true Nigerian, does that not make sense? Pro-Biafran groups are pushing their story of Igbo persecution. Nigeria should also be in there to counter that narrative. This is what one of the best men from that area said. Quote, since the Biafra group is paying $60,000 to sell their story of evil persecution, end of quote. Reuben Abati dealing in Scarborough's narratives and always with a measured cadence about Indigo, in which he is quite adept, agrees to a tribal echo chamber and delegitimization meal churning with worm-eating prejudices. All that, Turenti, just to say that. So I asked the question, is there a law that mandates certain people to play the victim in every conversation? Are there no pro-Biafra groups selling their stories of evil persecution? How do you fix a problem if you always choose to play the ostrich instead of taking responsibility? In other words, clearly, no one in the Southeast must be held responsible for anything because that would be tribalism and prejudice. The point is, even the best, and it's a sad thing. Again, there are exceptions, but this is the rule. The go-to is victimhood. And the reason I'll say this and I will close, the reason is because it's a tried and tested method. We have a conversation, you switch to victim mode. Why are you doing that to me? Is it because I'm King Kong? Is it because I'm King Kong? Now, the person has to now spend his lifetime proving to you that he doesn't hate you, you are not his victim, and those. Meanwhile, you're not using that to get something from him, which is what Sir Arthur Richards was talking about in 1947, 28th January 1947. Arthur Richards said that this group that clamors for more and more of everything, they cry for more and more of everything, but they contribute the least. But that cry, that clamor, that complaint is the tool, is a weapon to get something. How do you progress like this? Now, children in their 20s, in their teenagers, 20s, 30s, are now saying that they can never amount to anything in Nigeria. They are saying it. Young Igbo children, they are saying it. They are creating content. And Igbo doesn't think that there is a problem. Young Igbo people are saying they know they cannot amount to anything in this country. Their children, their own children. Imagine a 20-year-old telling you that their own children cannot become president in Nigeria. Because they've been so brainwashed with the fact that everybody hates them. You're not Chris. Everybody is Chris. You're not Chris. Meanwhile, who do you love? Anyway, it's been an interesting conversation. We're going to continue from here tomorrow at 4 p.m. if we're time, West African time. We're going to go into the other two criteria. I mentioned that there are 3 criteria in order to define what kind of coup we're talking about. 3 questions. Who planned the coup? Who were the victims of the coup? Who were the beneficiaries of the coup? It has taken us 60 years, and people are still trying to say, even with all the evidence we have in front of us, it was not an Igbo coup. It was an Igbo coup, and that does not mean Igbos are hated. It just means that you are telling the facts of history. And I believe that we are saying it with all the love. I'm saying with all the love I can muster, because half of what we've read, I mean, and there's still much more to study, by the way. I still have a lot more to read, but most of what you've read, if you say it, you can weaponize it against people. Someone says you hate them. No, I don't hate. I think that thing wastes your energy. Don't you think so? You don't hate anybody. But stay on course. Your mic, okay, so let me just read some comments and then we'll leave. Your mind says Prof needs to get a transcriber to document all the lessons on the Civil War. Thank you very much. Working on something. Mr. Festus says they won't accept. It's only fools that doubt proof. Mind my word. MDA, please. MDA, thank you very much for doing a yeoman's job again today. Please do what MJ is saying on YouTube. Kindly subscribe to the channel. Oh, Oyebuchi came here again today to insult me. Something saying. Adewumi says, anytime reading of the books, you will be self-angry that this particular tribe did the unthinkable to their people and the unity of this country. Oyebuchi says, this guy is Nigeria, and Nigeria, according to Aisha and Showore, has an Igbo problem. Igbo is the problem of Nigeria, and you can't let him go, so you will have peace. Do you think Igbo is the problem of Nigeria? That's your problem. Do you want to leave? Nobody's holding you back. If you want to go, talk to your representatives in Abuja. There are 58 representatives from the Southeast. Tell them to push the bill for inclusion of secession. Then you can have your country. There's a lot of comments, but let's just...
Lago Jimana says the oil was not in Igbo land. 95% of the oil was derived from rivers, delta areas. Yeah, of course. Of course. In the 1960s, it was 5.68% in Igbo land. In 2025, it is 2.1%. This is weird. Akadol says it was an Igbo coup by Igbo people for Igbo people. Yes, it was. It also says the centennial culture attempted to dominate the millennial culture was grotesque. What an audacity. Mr. Gbade Akin says, She Ejoor warning, you only give access to reptiles where you have cracks or gaps in your walls. Which is true. And that's where our own issue comes in. And that's why I read what Ayodele said about Yoruba people. The infighting concept now, wala. That's where our own issues there. Like this Yoruba bots now, all these guys, to sit down and have conversation, they'll be shouting. They don't even know what they're fighting over. When they now use them, they will now become angry. You see them on social media cursing Igbo land, Igbo people, Igbo trees, Igbo fish, everything Igbo, they curse. Because they feel used. Don't let yourself be used and now get angry. Just be measured like we are doing. God bless you. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. We've had people typing, liking, sharing, commenting. Thank you very much for supporting. I thought we'd get to 100 today, but we didn't, so we're gonna have to get that tomorrow. 4 p.m. if your time was African time, we'll be here on Friday. Please join us. We're gonna continue. We're gonna finish this session celebrating 60th anniversary of January 15, 1966 Coup. And what Prof said earlier is actually very, very instructive. And the government made a mistake. You cannot, this is not how to build a country. You cannot fix Armed Forces Remembrance Day on the day that SLA was killed, Sadana was killed, those people were killed. What you're trying to do is that instead of celebrating what happened to those people, let us celebrate the soldiers. That's unfair to their own memory. So we are going to kill their memory in order to make certain people feel comfortable. You know the crazy part? The people you are making feel comfortable then begin to curse you out, telling you that they are better than you. You're like, in other words, you have given them the right to insult you and your generations because you didn't. And this is not about truth and reconciliation. No. Nigeria does not need the truth and reconciliation. Nothing. All those people that are talking nice stuff on social media. We had. What's it called? Oputa. You see people coming, talking with arrogance. People that aren't they not to kill, come from but just comes and talks anyhow. Because nobody ever sat and said what you did was wrong. You have Uwazurike, you have Epa, you have... How won't you have Uwazurike? By the way, they have restarted Masobo, they have a new prime minister now. You have Uwazurike, you have Epa, you have Nnamdi, you have all these people, you have Gentle Yahoo, you have NJ Makeup, you have all of them. Because you did not deal with the people that... I'm not saying that deal with them, send them to prison. I'm saying they've got to acknowledge what they did. Just be handing pardons. Nobody hates anybody, but if we want to make Nigeria grow, let's talk the truth and let's restructure. I mean, it's restructured. It's getting restructured anyway, so that's good. It gets better. See you tomorrow. Before we go, let's have our anthems. Again, if you want to support us, please use the bank details on the screen. If you want to reach out to me, kindly use the Telegram channel. Telegram Angel Busui Oris. If you want to get some of the free books that we've mentioned, please check Redomi Global on Telegram. And if you want to buy books, go to Redomi Books on Telegram as well. You'll find how to purchase books, and the books will be delivered to you wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much for being part of this session. We're going to have the anthems now, the Nigerian anthem and also the Yoruba anthem. Please sing along if you know the lyrics. If you don't know the lyrics, go and learn the lyrics. God bless you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, that truth and justice reign in peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. Oh Lord of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be blessed. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wá, fún ilẹ̀-èdè wa. Tàgbéga, tàgbéga, tàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti dẹrù làbọ̀ bọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òkàdìdé bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
àwọn ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ ìbò ní bàjẹ́ nàìjíríà náà ní bàjẹ́ ilé wa ọ̀nà wọ̀ ní bàjẹ́ ọdún yìí àdúrà fún wa o á yàgò fún wa nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́ lé máa yọrí sí rere lágbára ọlọ́run. May God bless you and keep you and cause you to prosper in everything you do. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to finish up with this conversation. We're going to have a great time together. So join us. We'll start the music before 4 and then we'll get to the conversation a bit after 4 p.m. Thank you very much. See you then. Good night. Good night, good night, good night.